of something I haven't done.
I didn't realize it's over after 4. We're not recording, correct? Your laptop? Right? Your laptop?
This is the one I use all day long at the office, and my other little one, it was very sketchy. I did my stuff with that and nothing came up. So I tried this and it came up.
That's
So,
great.
yeah. It's got
While we're
more.
waiting, a little
Yeah.
public service announcement. If your battery starts to signal it's going bad, replace it. Because sometimes when they activate your software, they activate a BitLocker key.
My page doesn't work.
And the battery going will initiate Windows thinking your system has changed, unauthorized, and it will lock you out unless you have the BitLocker key.
Oh, wow.
And you will lose all your data forever and ever.
Oh, my God.
Just happened to me.
It happened to you?
My lips were
That's
turning blue. So
awful.
it was a double whammy.
That's seriously awful. I keep this plugged in all the time, except now.
No, the page isn't working.
Everyone. I knew it was going to happen, so I just waited patiently.
Kathy? It's Abby.
Well, I heard you, Abby.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Did too.
This is the first time I've been able to get on Zoom. Ever.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks. Your project look, are you finished on the captain's, whatever that thing is on Easton Street?
Yes.
Nice. It looks good.
Thank you. I'm trying not to say much. I think we're being broadcast.
Oh, are we live?
I can't hear anything from the meeting room. I don't know.
I
Me
think
either.
they're having trouble there because they're all moving around like something's not right.
Hmm. Or they're just approving everything.
Born ready. Or so I like to think. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this evening's edition. It's early for this evening, but this evening's edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Tuesday, February 17th at 4:07 p.m. See, this meeting is being auto video recorded. Anything you say or share will be shown on the town's YouTube. Please act accordingly. Let's see, HDC related comments and or concerns can be sent to HDC public comment, all one word, at nantucket-ma.gov. Comments are due by 8 a.m. the Monday prior to the meeting in order to be distributed to membership so that they can consider thoughtfully your comments. Oh, let's see, what else? Oh, before we begin, I have a very important announcement. I just wanted to share with you that sorry, Ann, that I missed Val Oliver's birthday.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, I
Happy
did
birthday,
too.
Val Oliver.
Val.
49 years old.
Thank you.
With that said, Val, would you like to motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
All right, we'll go with the members present. It's myself, Val, Ray, and Connie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Just like that, we're on to consent. Do we have any recusals?
I have to
Me.
recuse.
Okay, Val, Ray. Anyone, Joe, Abby, Angus?
Nope.
Not from me.
I'm okay as well.
Okay, so it'll be easy. Joe, Abby, Connie, Angus, and myself for consents. And before we move forward, we have an unusual event, but this is how we're going to address it this time. Angus, let's put you in the crosshairs.
Yes.
Number 41, 112 Wallwinnet Road, resite the main house on a lot. That's an application submission by Chip Webster that you reviewed and approved on consent, which is all good and fine. We have a member of the public who would like to speak on that, which is unusual for us to pull an application. That person will go unnamed so as not to prejudice you one way or the other. Hey, Ben. Oh, sorry. And I guess what I'd like to find out is, are you comfortable with having that pulled for comment and discussion, or would you prefer to move through this item on the consent agenda based upon your prior determination?
I will leave that up to the chair.
Okay. Ben, I would prefer that we, the process is that we will be reviewing consents. As you may be aware, I'm going to share this with the public. By the way, our viewership is way up, guys. It's
Get
really,
out.
yeah. We're like, someone told me one meeting we had 371 viewers.
What?
Yeah, I think that eclipses the select board. Oops. No, recently. I think it was something Ray was sharing. I never get that kind of celebrity. Ben, so this is the scoop. Consentable, the definition of consentable as voted by the HTC is that an individual member reviews an application and determines in good faith that a majority of the board would vote in favor of the application as submitted, and therefore it's consentable, or it's consentable with conditions, which you understand what that means. I am not inclined to take comments, given these are not matters of public hearing. The HTC doesn't function on a public hearing basis. I, as a matter of process, as the chair facilitator, am not comfortable taking public comments on a matter that a member has put on consent if they don't volunteer to take it off. So that's why I gave Angus that option. So I just wanted to be transparent as to why we won't take comment. Holly mentioned that you were perhaps interested in commenting on 112 Walnut. And then the application takes its normal course thereafter. So it may be that we'll hear about this some more, and maybe we won't. But I wanted to be clear with you what we're going to do and why. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you,
Stephen?
Angus.
Oh, I just wanted to say, I was leaving it up to you whether to take comments on or not, but I'm open to pulling it off the list. We can always put it back on if we so desire. But I wanted to clarify, I don't mind it coming off for discussion.
So that's our other option, which I asked about initially. So we could get a motion on consents from the sitting board, Joe, Connie, Abby, Angus, myself, to proceed with approval as consents, except for number 41, 112 Walnut Road. Now,
My
let's
motion.
vote that, and then we'll proceed with some more procedural matters. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, on Connie's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and myself. Okay. Now where we find ourselves is a agenda that has been posted and approved with an item that was on consent, and the applicant's agent is not here to be heard or to ask questions of. So we won't take comment until such a time as the individual is available. In order to facilitate that and not have the application be unduly held, we will attempt perhaps Kathy or Holly to reach Chip, just to let him know as a public service that his consented. Linda, we're not taking comments.
Chip's in Costa Rica, I couldn't get him at all.
Okay,
And I'm at
We'll
my
take that
first
comment.
intent, So I just want to know what it is that he's doing.
So in order to proceed, Ben, I don't want to open the application because again, it could be prejudicial. It'd be wonderful to know if you're just like going to say, oh, I really support that application, or if not, then we would know not to open it.
Would you like me to, can I speak my claim?
No,
Okay.
not unless it's you support it, and then we'll know to.
So I'm representing 110 Walnut Road.
Okay,
So I'm representing in a butter.
fair enough. We're going to hold it until it has representation.
And we also request, because we'd like to comment on the consent with conditions to move on the structure.
The what structure?
There's a consent with conditions for the same property to move on a structure, and we're here to talk about that as well.
Okay, so we're gonna, and who was the consent? Angus. Angus, are you okay with having that pulled also?
Sure.
Okay. So Ben, that will be on a forthcoming agenda.
Great,
Okay,
thanks so much.
just to be
You could also
transparent.
post his comments on, in the office.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that comments are submitted by 8 AM of the meeting, Monday prior to the meeting, but we'll get there. We'll get
Do you
there.
need to, like, do you need written comments? I mean, I didn't know, I thought a butter could just appear.
You
and pop
may,
up.
you may approach the commission at the public meeting. That's been our practice.
Okay,
It is beneficial, however, to submit comments in writing.
yep. no problem.
The benefit there may have been, in this instance, I'm not suggesting it would have been the case, but we'll use you as an example. That Angus either read them, let's presume Angus read them. He would read them and he would either say, you know what, I accept public comment. It made me think of something that I didn't think of. I'd like to discuss it. I'm not going to put it on consent. Or he may say, this didn't make me think of anything I didn't think of. It still meets the definition of consentable. I want to move forward.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that would be the outcome, but for the sake of illustration for the general public, if they want to submit comments, it's beneficial.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Can I just do a point of order?
Yes, please.
I don't think that we should make a practice of
I
this.
agree.
I think that we have a lot of stuff that we need to review. I looked at this application and actually, I won't render my own opinion because I'm not sitting on it. But I just think if a board member reviews it and feels that it's not worthy of the consent agenda, that's pretty straightforward. But I just think opening it up to neighbors in particular is, causing a hardship for this board and extra work that we don't necessarily need to incur. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Our past esteemed chair of more than a decade. Was it a decade?
Almost.
It was. That's close enough. Let's call it 15 years. Excuse me. Okay, folks, thank you, Commissioner Paul. Very much appreciated. We are now going to move on to, did we vote on that?
No.
I knew we were waiting. Let's see. Well, Connie made the motion.
We voted on
you
consents.
I think that was to open it up.
Was?
So,
Okay, well, let's just for the sake of it.
Pull it off.
Joe, Connie, Abby, Angus, myself. Connie, is your motion to approve consent agenda?
Except for number 41, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
41, 112, I'll win it.
Mhm.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
I,
myself, no, Joe,
Aye.
and myself. Okay, carries unanimously. I'm in favor too. Okay, that brings us to consent with conditions. Let's see, anyone at the table need to recuse?
I'm good.
Okay, how about online? Abby, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
Thanks for
so it'll
asking,
be,
though.
sure, it'll be, excuse me, Connie, Ray, Val, Abby, and myself.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
we'd still like to have our day to talk about 112 Wall Winter on the consent with conditions.
okay, so on the one-time exception rule, haven't taken our prior chairman's comments to heart. Do we, and subject to a motion, do we have a motion to hold 112, to move on to 112? What's the street address it's coming off of?
81 Pocomo.
81 Pocomo. Which begs the question, where is the 81 Pocomo? Prior approval?
It was already approved.
Okay, do we have a motion to hold number 9, 112 Winnet Road, move on from 81 Pocomo Road for representation? Joe?
I'd make that motion.
Okay. Ray, actually, you're not sitting on this. Let's have you sit on this. Connie, you okay with that?
Sure.
Okay, Joe, on your motion.
Aye.
And Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
Ray,
Yeah, I.
and me. And I am a little actually, Fred. That was a motion to approve consent sans 112 all way.
am I on that?
Consent with conditions.
Consent with
without
conditions.
112, yes.
Excellent. Okay, folks. I know that didn't seem like much, but that was,
Unnecessary.
that was the better part of 65 applications.
Without further ado,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to approve the 4 sign applications as per sign advisory's recommendations.
May I, just a point of order, could you please make it to accept the sign committee's recommendations, because 2 of them are pulled for revisions.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean,
So-
yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because I said, I used the word approve and it doesn't necessarily mean approve.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
That's my
so
motion.
same board on your motion.
I,
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Just like that, we're on to Commissioner Kunay with Preservation Planner. This is your opportunity to ask Holly questions on any of the recommendations or historic information she's provided, or if you have questions on CLG, any questions for Holly? Okay, Holly, any comments from you you'd like to share?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess there's only one thing that I'd like to stress on my comments is data construction is something that we're not seeing on everything. And I think it's imperative, especially for historic structures within the OHD to have that information. And if anybody has any questions on what those would be, please reach out. But would love to have that as a part of your motions if so inclined. Thank you.
Okay. And just to add on that, it would be wonderful if we can kind of tandem up on that so that if something comes in from the old OHD, that information is garnered from an email from the applicant or the applicant's agent and put in the file, and staff are empowered to write it on, given they have a paper record. So we'll do a belts and suspenders approach. Let's see, new business of January 20th, 11 Vesper Lane addition. Is Bob Sarvis with us? Oh, hey, Bob, how are you? Good evening.
Long time
Um,
no see.
Step right up there, get close to the mic so you can hear yourself. And then the folks on the tape will be able to hear you too. And once you see your application up there, we would ask that you kind of walk us through it. You don't have to run, but walk us through it. There is a 2-minute timer. Yeah,
Sorry, before you start, I was helping this gentleman and someone's hand is raised, Allison Hudson. I don't know what for.
okay, be prepared for the old Zoom bomb. Allison, can you just simply state which application you're here on?
Hi, yes, I'm also curious about 112, and before you guys move on too much further, I just wanted to ask if that will be revisited in a future meeting. It seems like the committee agreed to postpone.
I'm
just
sorry, Allison, you said 112? You're
Yes.
speaking
Well,
one
win it.
minute. Yeah. So that will be put on a future agenda, and it would be not
It'll-
next week, but the following, I presume.
It'll be rolled over on the March 10th new business agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Bye.
Okay, back to it, folks. Mr. Sarvis, good evening.
Good evening.
When you're ready.
I'm proposing an addition to 11 Vesper Lane, my home. In consulting your guidelines on page 67, you deal with additions. And the addition is extended from the rear of the house. The facade is not changed, except that the roof is increased slightly. But the rear of the house is extended backwards. It's not visible from the street. And that seems to be consistent with your guidelines. In addition, I've asked for 3 skylights because when the addition is put on, I eliminate three windows in the back, and the skylights would make up the same amount of light that was generated by the windows. And I refer you to your page 111 figure, which shows 3 skylights. And as much as 3% of the floor space, and mine represent only 1% of this floor space, and they would not be visible from the street. I don't think you'd be able to see them except from atop the house.
Thank you.
Do you want me to tell you why I didn't put it on consent?
It's obvious.
Yes, but go ahead. Yes.
Basically, I think it's great because from the front, it's just the ridge going up. It was, for me, I wanted us to weigh in together instead of me making the decision because those trim boards are just flush.
Correct.
And there is no setback to the dormer. I suggested maybe just doing a straight on reverse salt box
Mhm.
and getting rid of that, but I wanted you guys to throw your 2 cents in. And
Okay.
I don't have a concern about the skylights, really.
Okay, thank you, Val. Okay, Val has kind of given us her comments and concerns. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Sarvis before we move on to further discussion? Okay, Ray?
Yeah, I'm ready. So Val, has stated the obvious, and I think that in this situation, This isn't about visibility from the back, because I think we can all agree that that is not happening. But my concern, my only concern here is the rebate from the gable end back to the dormer. And, our normal rule is 3 feet, as we all know. Here it's 0, but I see that there's an opportunity just to rebate it enough so that you have the gable as a defined element with an addition, or with the shed addition, which is set back from that in the, normal Nantucket fashion, rather than being completely flush. For me, that's the only issue here. Thank you.
Thank you. It's regular board, Angus.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, visibility, it is, beyond there, it's Dead Horse Valley. But there's a whole bunch of trees. I don't know what the aerial view from the top of Dead Horse Valley would be of the back of this. Normally, we would have regular guidelines of setbacks of a foot in the front and 3 feet on the sides and only 1 skylight per plane. But I think due to the lack of visibility, it would, I think the suggestion from Val would work here. But as drawn, this isn't approvable to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't
This
understand.
is the house.
Okay.
on the back.
Yeah, so when did we see this? A couple of weeks ago or something? Hi, Bob, by the way. When I looked at it the first time, I just wished that there was a little more space on either side. As Ray had said, our usual is 3 feet on either side. So I'd like, if we could make a little more room so it doesn't look so pinched, I'd be fine with this. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see, Ray, Abby, Angus. I guess that's me. Given the, I think, very limited, there's no direct visibility, correct?
There's no direct visibility,
It's
and
angular.
you could never see it from
Yeah.
Dead Horse Valley.
So to my mind, I think this is acceptable. I don't think it's certainly atypical, but given the circumstances, which is a lack of visibility and subject to not visible time of inspection or thereafter. The reason I mention that is there is a property I recently discovered when the structures on the backside of it came down. And from the neighboring street, you can see this honking dormer on the back of it that is not HCC approvable. It's basically a large box stuck on the back of a roof with almost a flat shed roof. I don't find this nearly objectionable in that regard. It is much closer to the dormer sidewalls are much closer to the gable ends than typical, but given again its location, I personally would be okay with it. What do we want to do, folks?
I'd love to see at least a minimum of a foot to 18 inches of rebate on either side back to the dormer, which is half of what we would normally require. Yeah, I still think looking at it from the side, you're going to perceive that.
Okay, fair enough.
My view.
So on Ray, are you suggesting that as a motion, as a exhibit A? Or
I could do it as an exhibit A.
is this going to work with your program, or do you want to consider revisions, Mr. Sarvis, and come back at the next time there's an old business?
Well, if I understand, you would want the dormer moved essentially in 1.5 feet.
On each side.
Each side.
On
Each side.
Yeah.
3 feet. I think I could accommodate that, and if that would work.
I'm
I
certain
could
that
make
motion
up
would
new
carry.
Drawings, and do I need to resubmit them?
We would make what's referred to as an exhibit A. So we would draw it up here at the table, and then you could modify your drawings, or I think it can be just constructed per exhibit A.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't need to resubmit. So I think that would be appropriate too.
Yep.
Okay,
So-
that'd be acceptable to me.
All right,
Okay.
then I'm going to make that motion. So the motion is to approve this, modifying the drawings through Exhibit A to show the dormer on the back rebated on either side by 18 inches. That's my motion.
Thank you. On your motion.
Aye.
And let's see, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus. And
I
I.
had to mute him. Okay, here we go.
I,
Angus, thank you. Let's keep it down in the background, all right? Okay, you're all set.
Okay.
Stop in the office, double check your T's are crossed, and your I's are dotted, okay?
I will do that. Thank you very much.
You're
Thanks.
welcome. Okay, now we're on to, just like that, February 3rd. It's like we have a time machine. 13 Commercial Wharf, move shed on from 92 Washington.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, I informed the young lady who came in with this application about the conversation you had with
Josh.
yeah, and they haven't withdrawn it yet, so. They're also not in the room and they're not online.
Well, the fact of the matter here is I read Holly's comments, read HSAG's and HSAG, sorry. It's smack in front of the building and they ain't no way they can do it otherwise. So I think this was like a 3-point, Hail Mary type pass and I don't think it's going to work. And I told them so.
Okay, so, and who is the builder?
Josh
Josh
Brown.
Brown.
It's a move on from.
Yeah,
90
they're just trying to get it off from
Yeah,
some other project.
from
there.
92 Washington Street over to.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
13.
so how we would like to handle this, please, Kathy, is you've been in touch with them and informed them that likely it's not approvable.
Right.
It will be their option whether we review it or not. I don't want them to perceive that we're telling them that they cannot have it approved or that it will not be approved without a hearing. And when I say hearing, I mean a public meeting. But that would, if they really want to come in and try and make their case, they pay their fee, they take their shot. As long as the application is complete, they can come in. And, but we're trying to do them a service by letting them know that it's not likely approvable.
Right,
based
that's
upon
what I explained to her.
many years and decades of experience.
Mr.
Right.
Chair, can I just add to that?
Yeah, please.
So, if they don't file the extension and they just let it lapse, it'll just kind of die of its own.
No,
No, we have to act
that's a
before the,
construction grant if they don't file an extension. or they'll-
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay, never mind, sorry. You're right.
okay,
It's
so
cute.
just so people know, that's all. No biggie. Ben. This was gonna be on consent, but I asked Ray to pull it off.
Great. I love talking about it. I'm here to talk about it.
I'm teasing you.
Give me something to do.
I don't even, I've got to preview it still. Okay, you know the drill.
Great. So this is 26 Milk Street. This property was recently subdivided. So the existing, there's a 2 or 3 car wide parking area to the left of the original main house is now on the second other property with that is a small gambrel. So this has left the existing house without a curb cut or off-street parking. So we are here to request a driveway. That driveway is a brick apron off of Milk Street, which is pretty common on the street. And there, this picture is perfect, showing where it goes through that gate area. The actual driving surface is a pea stone, which is very similar to the existing parking on the opposite side. You'll notice that the driveway goes in and then you turn around. You have a way to turn around on the lot. That's a requirement because Milk Street is on the list of you cannot back onto the street. So we did not want a driveway this big, but this is the only way that we can meet that zoning requirement. And with that said, I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, thanks. You guys have Holly's comments. Is there anything you want to add while you're here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just that the driveway width should be no greater than what's minimally required, which is 9 feet wide. And then to clearly identify the brick apron bonding direction, that wasn't clearly identified. And then just to respectfully try to keep it simple as much as possible, because this is a 1790 typical Nantucket within the OHD. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make that motion? Let's see, it's a regular board, Ray.
No, I'm fine with that. I'm assuming, Ben, that you're holding away from those trees just so as not to cut the roots. Because you know, the driveway basically kisses the corner of the building.
Yeah, yep, yeah, it's just to avoid those trees, and if it does need to be only 9 feet wide, then we might be, I don't know that dimension, Art Gasparo through this plan, but that may allow us to get a little bit more breathing room on that.
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly be preferable than
Yep.
having it right next to the building.
Anything else?
Can I second motion for
I
discussion?
need one, but
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Thanks.
just with Holly's comments, that it would be no more than 9 feet wide or whatever the minimum is, and 2 feet away from that northwest corner of the existing structure.
Is that part of what you were going to motion?
yeah, so I don't want to belabor what is, you know, pretty straightforward application. I see a dimension of 7 feet on the car dashed in. And then when I look at that with relating back to the drive, you definitely have more than 9 feet there.
Yep.
So my motion would be to basically hold the western edge and pull the reduce the width of the drive such that it's only 9 feet wide, thereby getting it away from the corner of the existing building. Is that too much of a motion?
I think that's an exhibit A.
Hey.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Alright. Oh, yeah, running bond on the apron.
So glad we invented exhibit A at the table. What a difference it's made, huh? Okay, so Abby, do you want to chime in via vote, or do you want to comment? I'll take that as a via vote. So on Ray's motion, Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
no,
Aye.
aye.
And I'm an I too. Sorry, I was muted.
Abby's an aye. Val,
Aye.
I'm an aye. So that carries unanimously.
Who's doing the exhibit A?
And I want to point out something just now that I'm seeing it. Do you have a hold comment? Is this for 20 India or my
No,
agenda indicates hold until February
No, that
17th?
was 26 mil.
I just forgot to remove it when I amended
Yeah,
tonight.
because today is the 17th.
Ah, there you
You
go.
just,
We do have a oxygen deprivation going on. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure that if we needed to ratify something later, that we could. Okay, so we're good there. Don, you're clear.
Did we vote on that? Yeah.
We did 20 India, thank you for checking. 20 India Street, change shingle to clapboard. Michael, good evening.
Good evening, Michael Friedman here, representing owners at 20 India. In filing permits for roof and shingles, we're starting to replace the front face of the building and found clapboard behind the existing shingles. And I put that to the owner just to give them sort of a choice. If they wanted to come, have me come here and change the front to the original clapboard. And then they said they would like me to apply for that, and they chose the color for white. The trim of the house is white, so they were just going to go for the white front. There's a few houses down that road that have that same white clapboard look too.
Okay. Short and sweet, we appreciate that. Let's see, does anyone have any questions? Regular board.
Yeah, the picture there shows the clapboard that we found as, acting as a sheeting behind the shingle, of course.
We've seen how his
I have a question.
Who's that?
Oh, Angus, I had a question.
Oh, hey, Angus, your voice seemed really high. I thought Carrie was with us for a second. I was confused. No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, my question is the applicant intending to keep the exposed clapboard, or is that getting replaced with new clapboard?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again, please?
It's
It's gonna
the,
be new.
the
it's all
newly
new
discovered,
clapboard. Yeah.
it's all new clapboard. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
That clapboard was not in good shape underneath the shingles, so it has to be replaced.
Thank you.
Anyone have any concerns?
It's supposed to be white and white.
That's what's proposed.
Okay. I think it would be better as a little bit like a light gray or something, just for some contrast.
The clapboard?
Yeah,
And
given the historic photo where everything was so dark,
that's actually why I was wondering, do you want
Yeah.
the trim to be darker
N-
to match historically, or do you want the clapboard?
I think the clapboard could just be
Just a
light
contrast. Okay.
gray and just that much of
Yeah,
a.
I have pictures with me I brought. I didn't put them as part of the application that shows other homes down that road, probably about the same circa 1800s, and they're white, so white clapboard, white trim. So,
What do you think of, what does your client think of like a silver platinum?
we did that one on Quinn Street too many years.
Yeah,
ago.
with this, I think we're in the same situation. White wasn't
Platinum
really,
came up. Yeah, then we ended up painting the whole house.
it wasn't quite getting legs, so.
Mr. Chair,
One moment, please. I'm trying to get feedback from the applicant.
I am not sure. I asked them what color they would want, and they said white. So.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we pull the board, and then you will have information to go back, and we'll hold for more information or a revision. Abby?
I think this was on my consent, and I talked to Holly about it, and what Val said was what she suggested was that the clapboard be a sort of a contrasting color, like a light gray.
I'm sure the owners would be okay with it if I gave them something you guys have decided,
Okay.
something that's not too dark. I think, right?
Let's see, Angus, you spoke, Ray?
Thanks. There is certainly precedent for white clapboard and white trim and all that. I'm thinking of that house on Pleasant Street, right before the turnoff to Moore's End. And I personally find it objectionable, and I would love to have some degree of contrast. That does not mean going all the way to gray. It means just kind of toning down the white on the clapboard so you get some, some degree of contrast. I think it makes it look like the house wasn't dipped in white paint. So that's just my personal preference.
Thank you. So widespread support for at least a light gray contrasting color. I don't know if do we have that picture of the existing?
Right there.
Or I'm sorry, the historic image?
Can you pull up my staff comment?
If it's not handy, it's fine.
It should be part of the application. isn't it?
Okay, it's such a somber presentation.
The original
And
picture
this is before they invented trees. I mean, there's like nothing. It's very, can't imagine what it was like when the fog rolled into town. Okay, so we're gonna need a motion to hold for additional information or revisions.
You don't want a motion to,
Oh, he said, I thought you said you would agree to talk to them.
No.
He said that he thought they'd agree to
They
that.
thought they'd agree to a lighter,
Okay, but
another color.
if you
so
get an
without having to
approval
come back,
now, then, and they don't agree, you're gonna have to come back under a new application.
yeah. Okay,
He's
so
throwing in the off-white towel.
If you say yes, you can put it back in the system, and then,
yeah, we accept the silver.
if you accept it outright, then we can just move forward right now.
Okay, and I'll just come back with the color that
Yeah.
you chose to the.
To the
office.
So your motion maybe could be.
Motion to approve through staff with the clapboard being a light gray, and Holly can approve it in the office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're just to be clear, we're giving him a wide berth on the. white,
Yeah.
correct?
Correct. No,
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Contrast.
On your
Con-
motions, Val,
Aye.
let's see, Ray,
All right.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
She's an I.
and is that a new pronoun for you or?
I'm talking for her. No, it is, it's
That's
me.
the
Abby
virtual
says,
Abby who's talking for the real one.
Oh, okay.
Who's having dinner.
Thank you, Abby. And I'm an I, carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to,
Thank you.
thanks, Michael. 133 Eel
They're
Point.
not here, Mr. Chair.
So we'll hold that for half an hour. So we'll give them a little latitude. Let's call it 5:20,
Here comes one.
20 PM.
So, can I just discuss 3 Sherburne Way with the board with you real quickly?
Yeah,
So on the 20th, neither Joe or Carrie were at the meeting, and Val was kind of confused with the consent, the condition of the consent.
right.
So if she's not confused anymore, she could sit on it. It wasn't open.
What are we
The
talking
application wasn't
about?
open. It was just discussed to go from 96 to 75%.
Okay, so let's back up a moment and let's just, let me, I'm good with how to handle who said what when. What I need to know is who is not eligible to sit,
There's nobody.
because it wasn't opened at all.
Yeah, it wasn't open
Well,
at
we
all.
did, okay,
I just put the board down for some consent with conditions, and it was changing it from 96% to 96%, and then Angus made the motion to change it to 75%, and Val didn't understand, and
okay, but you're not recused.
so she wasn't recused, but I put her down as that because she didn't want to vote.
Okay, understood. So I'm gonna treat that as having been opened. We have an established board because we did discuss it. It's myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Val.
With the
Hold on a sec. I want to clarify, Val, the location on the agenda under recused was a placeholder spot. And at the time, she didn't vote on the motion because she wasn't quite certain what the ask was, but she didn't recuse from the application. Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't vote because I didn't think just saying reduced by X amount even gave me an idea of what was gonna happen.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure we're
Right.
facilitating properly.
So the one thing that was discussed was the consent with condition, but the application wasn't opened for discussion. It was just
Right,
a
I-
condition. So it's up to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think at this point, given that there's a list of people there, I'm more comfortable just proceeding with that. I being as the facilitator currently. Okay, all said, good evening.
Hi. Ray Pohl for the applicant. Lisa's here too. So we went back and sort of thought about a hybrid. Just to remind you folks, there was sort of like, if it all went to gray, that would be approved on consent. But then there was, the reduction in the size, trying to get rid of the white. Well, as I had anticipated, our clients really would rather not lose the white. I think that there's a lot of precedent for white. In fact, anything that's not white on the bluff, if you go from, Lincoln Circle all the way down to Kimball, there's a couple of not white houses that can conspicuously stand out. So we'd rather stay with the white. Having said that, one of the things that we did was we got rid of corner boards. We got rid of the panels on the bays that face north. Various strategies. Sorry. Yeah, we reduced the buildup of the rake. There was sort of more pieces to the rake, so there would be more white showing. So one of the approaches, one of the things that we did as a revision was to reduce sort of the amount of painted white, particularly on the north side of the building. The other thing that we did, more along the lines of the reduction of the building itself, was to take feet out of the building. I think we reduced the overall width of it by a total of 4 feet. Is that correct? And was there anything else? Okay, so that's kind of that's the overview.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you. We appreciate that. Val, would you like to begin? Well, first of all, anyone have any questions?
I do.
Okay, Val, questions.
Is this gonna be in the same general area that the house that's there is now?
No, it's being pulled back from the bluff.
So closer to the road?
Yes,
Oh.
but there is that restriction where they can't go beyond. Oh. Okay.
And can you clarify closer to the
Sorry,
road? than the-
I feel like I got to explain.
If you go
a
to
little bit
the,
more.
I'm just gonna say something about going to the site plan. Just because that shows the old living room. No, so that this is a little bit.
You know what? I think that there was something that we didn't really touch on because the last time this came up, it was sort of talking about consent, no consent, and then I kind of pulled it. So I didn't really give a real overview. So probably the first thing that I should have said is the prior owner, Mr. Wilcox, who I had the pleasure of knowing and working with for many years, fabulous guy. He placed a rather, extremely restrictive deed restriction held by the land council. So the entire turnaround that you're looking at on the bottom of that sheet is a no touch, nothing happens. There's a huge mound there, as you all probably know, that I'm guessing was the fill that came out of the excavation for that building. And they just kind of left it there and they did the circle around it. None of that can be touched in any way. It can't be developed. It can't be revegetated. It's going to stay that way forever. So the visibility of the house, both the existing house and the new house, is kind of sort of down the right-hand side, the easternmost part of that circle. So the reality is that you're not really going to see a lot of this from the road because of that mound and the fact that we can't touch it. So that was item number one. And item number two is, to Lisa's point a little bit earlier, about the existing house extends further north. Hopefully you can all see the footprint of the existing house. And the owner wants to kind of, maximize their lawn. So therefore it's all kind of moving closer to the street. I think I said that right.
I don't
The,
see
the red
footprint.
rectangle is the closest point to the bluff currently, and that's the piece that we're moving to become the garage. You see that little red rectangle and the dotted lines? Doesn't show the whole footprint of the house,
Gotcha.
but it shows it pulling back dramatically from the bluff. So the first floor of that building, certainly becomes less visible because it's set further back from the beach.
Okay. Val?
Yeah, I just went by and the little greenhouse that's there, you can't hardly see. I just wanted to know.
Yeah, no, I
The
just want to
reference,
make sure
yeah.
you're clear and you're good with it in terms of the information presented, not your determination.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Val, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I think the last time, aside from the nebulous reduction of percentage, I was okay with this. There's a couple of gambrels on Kimball just up the street that are in the hood. What color is the shutters?
At this point, we put Essex. I think that's probably going to change. But we
So
come back.
not to white, right?
Well, we will try to convince them not white.
If those are white, I'm gonna struggle with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Connie?
So this is not the guest house. This is the house we're looking at.
That's the
right?
house, yes.
Yes, okay. So I think, it will be taller than what's currently there,
Way.
Yes.
but I think I'm okay with it, but I agree with the white shutters, if at all that would be, yeah, not appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Abby,
I'm a nothing to add person.
nothing to add. We'll take it. Angus?
Yeah, I agree about the paint. I appreciate the elimination of corner boards and so forth to try to tone it down. This is definitely rivaling some of the largest houses east to west on the whole bluff. And so anything that minimizes the height and volume of this is beneficial. So less white paint, the better. There is it appears that there's a gambrel next door. And so we, want to be not so liberal with gambrels in general, but next to each other. But yeah, the massing of this is, I mean, you can see it. It's pretty much east to west lot line coverage with the guest house or that addition that's being proposed. The house itself, seems large, but I think it's okay if we manage the paint color. So the guest part I'll deal with when we get to it. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. I think that leaves me. I was okay with this in the door at 95%. I was 95% okay with this in the door. So do we have a motion to approve subject to the shutter color? And do we want to key off the door or something else as the same as the shutter color, or just have the shutters like an orphan? That's a technical.
I'd make a motion.
Ask the applicant.
Thoughts on colors for door and shutters?
Let's see, I'll tell you what was on the application. That's all I can tell you. Shutters, where do I see them?
It says Essex green.
They're looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it. Essex green. We have the doors as white, I think. The front door is white.
How about Essex green door and shutters?
Sure, fine.
Okay, that's
Well, and also I thought I read somewhere that roof walk's natural
the weather.
to weather.
That I believe should be the case.
I don't know where I just saw it. But it's, right.
Let's see the.
Oh, the whole thing, not just the skirt?
Yeah. Now, is that your motion?
Sure. I'll make that my motion.
All right.
Approve with the front door and the shutters being Essex green and the roof walk natural to weather.
Yeah. And is this one of those situations? I don't have the elevation in front of me. Are there any other doors visible from the front?
No.
No. Okay, just wanted to double check.
No.
Okay, so on Val's motion, Val.
Aye.
Let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an I, and I'm coming over in person. I can't stand being here on.
oh, we're so
Oh.
excited. Thank you.
Okay.
It's gonna make life easier.
Thanks,
Connie?
bye.
Connie?
Aye.
Okay, good. So that carries unanimously with Abby dashing through the door momentarily. All right, that moves us on, thank you, to 9 New Jersey Ave.
No, guest house?
Oh, guest house?
The guest house.
No, that was on consent.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it is. Yeah, great.
oh, that was the change.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so now we're on to 9 New Jersey Ave. Now, this was-
Dorothy, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one moment, please, Linda. I want to get us all, let's get our little paperwork squared away before we move on. Makes us much more efficient. Bear with me. My digital eraser. Okay. Regular board, except for Abby is not. Abby, are you still with us?
She's coming.
Yeah, I can't
Here.
imagine she.
Yeah, okay. So Angus, you're on this unless you've got a conflict.
I'm on
Ray?
it.
Al,
I'm good.
me. Let's see, Connie, you were on some stuff. Joe,
Yes, I'm here.
can you sit?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so you, and Connie, you can serve as an alternate if it is required?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to mention to you that Carrie is not present. She can always mull it in if needed, and Abby too. Okay, just to be sure. Okay, why don't you go ahead and do
That's not
your
us.
presentation first, and then we'll go
There we
to
go.
Kathy if she has any comments, and Holly, but please be observant of the 2-minute rule. We'll give you a little bit of latitude to get started, but we want to keep everything. Okay.
I just want to let you know before we move to this that Dorothy Hertz didn't know she had to be here. She's on her way for 113 Eel Point.
We've got that telegraph. Thank you.
Okay. Pretty much you know what's going on. We gave you quite a well-researched dissertation on what happened out there and where we are now and what the plan is to go forward. It's not there, but a lot of it, the timbers that were salvageable are actually in under the tarp. We've been through this before with other structures, which is all going back into the structure. You did allow it to move. It was at, that's not us. It was at various levels. It was very difficult to move when you originally approved the design. That's not it. There were 4 sides that you allowed to change, including the roof was coming off and going up. So there was an awful lot coming on to this structure that would have altered all 4 sides. So I think when they got into it, they realized that they couldn't, there was what am I going to move? There's not much to move because every side was changing radically. So I'm going to leave it up to Jason to sort of give you the rundown on the dissertation that he put in.
There, Jason Olbrys, representing the owners of 9 Jersey. I'm going to give a little brief overview. I just would like to say that first of all, that you know, this project went through a lot of revisions to start, and we're here to kind of clarify what we are doing. And I apologize for not doing that before we did what we did, and but we are here now, and so I want to explain to you what our plan was. So, given the fact that the approved design went from, you know, keeping an old structure to an addition, it then evolved into, because that was a 2-story structure, we went to a single story with a new basement, and then we had to move the structure, all of which was approved. And in the approved drawings, we had changed plate heights, new fenestration changes, and we maintained the roof planes and facades that weren't going to change, given the essence of the old structure. So, if I could, we do have some pictures, a lot of pictures, yeah. So, given what happened there is the our plans had demolition plans on them, and it was never intended to demolish the structure. It wasn't demolished. We did salvage and keep most timbers that are in studs, and even entire wall panels. They were cut away, and we're going to reuse them in the new structure. Now, given the fact that we're raising the plate heights, we had to build exactly what was approved. We would have to raise the plate heights and therefore remove the roof and reframe the roof. You can kind of see from this site plan right there that part of the structure that's original would be, that highlighted part would be essentially removed. The approval also, the approval also had us shifting the sun removal as well. So, given the fact of all these conditions for the approval, picking up and moving the structure just didn't make sense, and especially given the fact that we'd already demoed part of the building off, it wasn't safe enough to do so.
That needs to be longer.
But that's a soft wrap up.
Okay, sure. So I'm just gonna say it's like, let's see. So at all times, our intention for the project has been and continues to be to reuse the existing structure, for the HEC approved house. And the shed follows the suit, the same thing. The shed was made of beach scraps and assembled on site at some point. When we demoed half it, which was approvable, it couldn't be moved. So we thought this was the best way to maintain the historic fabric of the structure that we still plan on reusing to achieve the approved HEC design that we've it's been through the commission before. So.
Okay. All right, guys, we're gonna go now to staff. And then we'll take questions and move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this was a circa 1938 contributing one-story cape in Old Nantucket. I want to remind the commission and everybody that the application was specifically an addition and a historic reno.
Yeah.
This was an approved addition to the contributing structure that was reviewed multiple times by the board in 2023. It's a shame that the intent to dismantle and salvage was not proposed to the HDC in 2023. Instead, the building has been completely demolished. The application that was approved in 2023 was an addition to historic reno. There was no intent to selectively dismantle, as a new application indicates. If the intent then was to selectively demo, reconstruct, or reuse the existing fabric, the application should have been clearly indicated in that intent. While the intent now is to reconstruct the building, it was previously approved. It is a new structure and not a contributing one, as it was before. Contributing structures can be altered and still be deemed contributing, provided it retains its character defining features. However, dwelling, this is past that. While staff appreciates the salvageable intent proposed, this project does not meet preservation objectives as noted in the application, as the contributing building no longer exists. It would be noted that even the building permit applied for was a renovation and an addition. It seemed the design ruled over preserving this existing dwelling that was clearly evolved over time. That's why they were milled wood and sistered beams. That's Nantucket, that's Old Nantucket. If the board is so inclined to approve, it's clearly a new dwelling and that they may reuse some of the previous lumber, but it's not preservation. I do appreciate the photos that were provided in the application to document what went on, so a staff can update the HT survey that's on file. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Holly. Kathy, anything?
Well, only thing I have to add is this came in as a complaint in the office and I went out and conducted an inspection and the house was gone, so demoed. So a violation letter was sent and they submitted the application, but the as-built fee and the as-built fee was paid. So
Okay.
yeah, for both structures.
Thank you. Ray, question?
Yeah, I have a question. Putting aside sort of the overreach, the demolition and all that, like, I can't help but think that, okay, as a renovation, you probably would, well, my guess is that you would have come to us and said, okay, we need to have the certificate that says, this is historic, which we would readily have granted to you, which would have entitled you to, less insulation, not having to meet, certain building codes, insulation and structure probably being the foremost on that. So it's no secret that this was probably framed with 2x4s or 2x6s. And so now as new construction, unfortunately, there's people in this room that will be able to answer this question. Now that it's going to be viewed by the building department as new construction, I don't think we're in a position like if we reapproved what you submitted for as a new build, that you'd actually be able to do it, because the building wouldn't be able to meet the current codes and you won't be able to get the exemption because it's no longer an old building. So I think that's important to have an answer to moving forward, because it's not like we can just say, okay, well, that's bad that you did that, but here we are, and just build it back the way it is, because I actually don't think that you can. So I'd love to have an answer to that. That's my point. Thank you.
Fair enough. Any other questions?
Not at the moment.
Not currently.
No.
Okay, so let's see. Angus, any questions, or you just want to comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Ray makes a very good point, where this heads, but also, um, it's unfortunate when you have a situation where the applicant applies for an addition or some sort of modification, but then the whole building disappears. I do appreciate the salvage of lumber. How much of the original construction we don't know, but to just have a whole building disappear is is really disconcerting, and I'm not sure what the best the best repercussions are to deter people from doing this in the future. I see it happen too often, so I'm not sure what the answer is. But I do think that we need a proposal of what this is going to be that will meet the building code, because it's no longer going to be the structure that we're looking at in these photographs.
Thank you, Angus. Val?
I don't remember this, so I don't know if I sat on it, the original, but I have to say, I'm looking at the old approval, and what occurred to me is it shows in the demo plan, the whole house is gone, so even though it's not mentioned in the application, it's clear from this existing demo and what's proposed that the whole entire thing was going. So, yeah. I do agree. I think maybe you guys should have just came into the office and said, okay, so we're in this situation before it got to the point where somebody complained about it.
I agree with.
Yeah.
Hold on, Jason. Please.
And in terms of, solutions or people in the future, that's something our board needs to come up with. I feel like we need stiffer penalties. Otherwise, it's just going to continue to happen because it's nothing to most people what the fees and the fines are.
Yeah.
But it does look like it was all applied for.
So, let's see, Joe?
Yeah, thanks. I spent some time going through this before the meeting, and I was hoping Abby'd be sitting on it and not me, but here I am. No, it's a challenging one, because, I think everybody's made great points so far. I do think from a code perspective, and I won't spend too much time on it, that the proposed or the approved structure, just thinking about it from the exterior, doesn't look overly fenestrated, and the wall thicknesses will likely need to change and the rafter thicknesses will likely need to change. So in order to meet energy code and so forth, but I think that the exterior will be able to look like what was approved and still meet code. There may be some nuances there, but I think generally speaking, the house that was approved will end up being built and will meet the current code in some way, but it's definitely not the same house from the interior, certainly. And as Holly pointed out, it's no longer considered contributing. So that's all unfortunate. I think I've seen houses like this under construction around the island where I think we've all seen them, where the amount of the renovations that were approved and additions that are approved essentially leave little of the existing fabric there. And some of these job sites are more visible than others. And we can watch the process of addition and subtraction happening in real time. Very rarely do you see the structure just go away completely, although I've been on job sites where it's certainly been suggested that that happen in order to make things less expensive and quicker and so forth. And that the practicality of trying to save portions of a building, when you look at what was actually approved, it starts to it becomes a head scratcher, at which point there needs to be, I'm trying to figure out like, what's the trigger? If I guess every application that comes in where there's a existing and proposed plan, existing and proposed elevations, and they were provided and they were shown in red, items that are changing or moving. I don't know that the board realized the totality of the changes. Maybe the applicant themselves didn't realize the totality of the changes, and that in the course of construction, the house would be gone, because that's certainly alarming and not what the board would have wanted to have happen. So when I looked at this, I was trying to think of what part of the application process and review process needs to change in order to clarify what's actually happening and how do we mitigate it. I certainly don't think that the applicant did it with the intention of going down this path. And it would have been great to hear about it before it got to be removed. I also agree with the comment regarding a penalty for something like this happening, and what's a way to make it an actual deterrent. I mean, I don't know what else there is to say about it, except that I think this is happening more than we want it to. And we really need to be careful of what we approve in piecemeal, because sometimes it actually means that a structure is being altered beyond the point where it's historic. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Oh, let's see. I think that leaves me at the moment. Yeah, so my concern has been voiced. But to include that when we initiated review of this project, it was never articulated as a demo. The application does not indicate demolition or move off. It indicates historic renovation and addition, both in the check boxes and in the description. I do not, I would want, there's quite a few things, well, not quite a few things, but at least a few things for me that are relevant. I would like to get very clear on not the approved drawings, but what drawings were submitted initially. And I want to review them in the file. My concerns are that at the point that we're reviewing drawings that are the final drawings for approval, we, the HTC, are focused on, is what's proposed meeting what we just talked about at the last time we reviewed an application. We're not necessarily reviewing back and scrutinizing the existing, where we've gotten to the point in discussion. And I recall we spoke, this was, I think, a 3 or more meeting project.
It's in my narrative.
Yeah. So, so at that point, we're focusing on what was previously proposed, what has been modified to meet the approval. And that's where our visual cues are going, and the background reference materials are the narrative description on the application. Those are, there's a contradiction in the drawings, which is the demolition phase of the existing structure. And I personally need to better understand how and when that came into being in the drawings. But I can say unequivocally, at least for myself, that I never considered this a demolition. That's one element. The other element is I would like to get clear. There's been some comments about this type of project creep happening, and this isn't ascribed to Jason or his company, but I would like to get a definition through town council what demolition means to the HTC. I would like to be very clear on, okay, it's visible from the street. If you can't see it anymore, that's demolition. If that's not what it is, I would like to know what it is, both for in this instance and going forward. So that's one other element. The code was brought up. I'm not going to weigh in on that. I think, clearly that we are going to need to see drawings. Well, there are other matters that do not relate to the HDC that I won't weigh into, other regulatory boards. But ultimately, I think we're going to be needing to see drawings that reflect what can be built under the building code. And if there is going to be a proposed modification, we need to see that up front. So, that gets other parties involved that wouldn't normally become involved, as was alluded to under the energy code, a HERS rater, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to go so far on this property, given its location, that, and I'm not suggesting I'm leaning towards, oh, okay, let's move on to the next step, which is review drawings, but I'm trying to telegraph what would be required, to my mind. And to my mind, the input of the HERS rater, depending on the impacts of the stretch energy code on the structure as it exists versus what can be constructed, it will likely extend to air compressors. It will likely extend to solar. There may be other elements that are required in order for this structure to be reconstructed as it is, which is what I believe we'll be looking for as an exact replication of what was approved. I would want to know what other accessory type services are required. The relevancy being those will be elements of the site that we need to review in advance and approve. In addition, contemporaneously with the structure. So for example, solar panels. If you've got to put a solar array, I'm just using a hyperbole. If you've got to put a solar array that's, I don't know, 200 square feet versus, or 400 square feet, we want to know about it in advance because it's part of the replication of the contributing structure, and not only the structure itself, but the character and setting within which it existed. And I'm comfortable that that's legally tenable. So those are, I think, some of the consideration for you all just to be aware of, that we need a full package. It should be the structure as was approved. I'm not suggesting to go forward with that. I'm just telegraphing, again, my thoughts for you and I think the commission. Does anyone want to comment any of those things?
Just a tiny bit,
Yeah,
if I may.
yeah, please.
Okay, so I know, Mr. Chair, that you're trying to stay in your own lane in terms of what our HTC purview is. However, it would be not unlike if we had an application come in for a new house that was 10 feet away from the wetland, and we knew absolutely positively it would not get approved by the Concom. So I'm looking over and over at these pictures thinking, like, how are we going to get like 2x10 rafters and 2x6 walls and, all this stuff? How's that actually going to happen? And, I think I would love to know how that's going to happen. And maybe you have it figured out. If so, great. But the other thing I want to do is address, I think, a comment that was made by a few people, right here, explicit, is the HTC. Kathy, it was your memo that said, the HTC is empowered to levy a fine of $300 a day as long as the offense is, still outstanding. So, it is there. I was just making note of that. Thank you.
No,
That's it.
It's appreciated. I mean, this is a significant thing and we want to handle it appropriately. I'm gonna pull the board to see if anyone else has comments, because I think it's important, and then I'll take brief comments from you guys, and then we'll make a determination. Does anyone have anything else they want to add at this point? Okay. I think what we're looking for is, at this point, additional information in the form of In no particular order. Town council's definitive definition of demolition for the HDC.
We can't get that. either.
No, we're not, this is an internal discussion right now.
Okay.
The next item would be a complete package drawing of replication from the exterior.
It's right there. It's already in the packet.
And that having been run through the HERS Radar machine
Yeah.
to identify every aspect that, well, one, to confirm that the structure can be built to replicate the exterior.
Yeah.
And two, what any accessory energy related elements would be. So for instance, but not limited to, solar if required, compressed air, mini splits or other condenser units on the exterior. I think that's probably it at the moment. I would like to make sure that they're like, I don't want to be, I don't know, I'm not suggesting it, but this could be a very involved discussion, or it could be, we review it and we move forward. But if this gets involved and there's other regulatory boards who have authority or say, I want to have their input, so we know we're not waiting. If this gets involved, I do not want to be, I think as the HDC weighing in on a project that there may be other implications. Not suggesting it's going to go that way, but just to put that out there. Anything else you can think of? Anyone?
Covered it.
Okay.
Can I just ask you guys a question?
Yes, but can I,
Okay.
will it affect the motion to hold to?
No.
Hold, okay. So can we get a motion for that information, and then Val, you'll second the motion for discussion.
Okay.
Okay, that's my motion, but I would also include in my motion to hold the shed.
And hold the track the shed.
Yeah, and one other thing. Next time you guys are here, part of my motion is to have a concise, discrete presentation and be cognizant of the fact that we're spending a lot of time doing kind of a cleanup operation on something that we would really rather not be doing a cleanup operation on. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
So just for the purpose of the minutes maker, you can rewind. The motion was stated by the chair and the motion was made by Commissioner Pohl. And we're going to hold that just for right now. We're not changing the motion. Val is going to second the motion and ask a question.
Okay, I second the motion. I'd like to ask a question.
Please.
I'm trying to understand, are you saying or asking for him to rebuild this the way it was presented may not be possible because it won't meet the code, today's code, in terms of like head heights or?
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. No. So what we as the authority having jurisdiction are requesting is that the structure be replicated as approved and that it be proofed by an energy rater to confirm that in fact that can happen with the paperwork that's required to get there. So basically a projected rating. And that in addition, if there are any accessory type equipment, that will be included in the follow-up application
If we need it.
as will be required. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
So on the motion, let's see, our board, Val,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Thanks, everyone. And please touch base with Kathy, Jason, Linda. Jason, Linda, please touch base with Kathy because we won't be proceeding until we get a definition from town council.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd love to know that because
You look, your situation is your situation.
Right, but we.
Stop, please. Our situation is our situation, and we need certain information in order to proceed. When we receive that information, we will proceed. Your situation is your situation. It's not that we aren't sympathetic, but we can't just be like going, oh, okay, well, they've got an open hole, because this is something that is being viewed by many other eyes than just us at the table. There are people who are interested, informed, curious, and concerned. And there are others who may say, oh, gee, that's so bad. So we're going to handle this the most appropriate way that we can, which is to get the information we need and then make an informed decision.
What is the setup, just so we have a timeline, because the foundation's in, but it's exposed. Do we wait 6 months for town council, which has been in the past, that's the problem?
That's not our problem.
Well,
Not our problem either.
well, I mean, we're not here to talk about what your problems are. We're here to come up with a solution that suits the HDC's purview. But look, this is the thing. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about concrete where. Concrete's been around a long time. There's buildings that are hundreds of years old. Is town council going to take 100 years? No. Is it going to take 6 months? I can't imagine that would be the case.
Really?
So we're going to put in a request timely, and when we have an update, we will ask, and as a courtesy, we will ask for an estimated time of the determination. And when we receive that, the board will be informed and you will be informed.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. I can ask you one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So does the commission currently have a definition of demolition?
We have a working definition based upon local past practice, and to my understanding, sitting here for, I think, a decade now,
It's in the act.
and I want clarification from town council, because that's the way that we want to proceed.
But it is listed in the.
Yep, I understand what's in there. I want to have a clear definition for demolition determined by town council, who in the future may be defending that definition. Okay?
Mr. Chair, can I just make it a point that staff will, as soon as possible, will put up the request, but it is a process that we have to establish.
Sure. So, and just so
There's
you're
not a
aware,
simple-
and Linda, you're probably
Oh, I know.
aware, is there's a form that gets filled out. It gets approved
By
or
letter.
disproved by in this instance, the planning director. We will ask that this be,
Expedited.
expedited to the extent that's reasonable. There's not an express mail service to inner office to the attorney that gives them a little red light that they've got to function under. But we will ask, and we'll proceed as best we can. No one's going to be dragging their heels on this. We don't want to be dealing with it. We want to have the information so we can make an informed decision. Okay,
Mr.
everybody
Chair,
happy?
Can I make a comment based, not necessarily on this application, but on something that one of the commissioners brought up about the process?
Jason, I would ask you, if you feel it's important enough to document it in a letter. The only reason I'm not going to let you do it now is we motioned and we voted.
Oh, no, it's not about this application. per
Yeah,
se.
but so we're not taking public comments at.
Public comment, okay.
So if you were to, the proper process would be to submit it.
Okay.
That would be beneficial for you. It'd be beneficial for us. We have an opportunity to consider it.
Sure.
Okay? Not to shut you off, but to
No, I-
move this through proper
And
process.
Dorothy Hertz for 113 is here.
Thank you. Linda's public service effort for the evening.
Oh, so we're gonna bounce back to 133, is that?
Yeah, we're gonna bounce back
Okay.
to number 4 of February 3rd. 133 Eel Point, as built shed. Pardon me? Okay. Good evening, Dorothy Hertz. When you see your site plan up there, you're gonna have a couple minutes to kind of go through it. It's a shed. Kathy will do an intro and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so this came in as a citizen's complaint, and the shed is on the property line. There's a zoning violation as well. And so the applicant, Dorothy, submitted an application to rectify the problem. So she's here before you tonight.
Okay, great. And is this, just for clarification before we begin, is the location that the shed is showing the violation location or the proposed
The
location?
violation location.
And the proposed location is where?
Don't know. They didn't submit it.
Okay. Dorothy, can you answer that question before we move forward?
On where we would propose to move it to?
Yes.
Okay. I think what we're looking at, because we have to lift it, it would be in front of, do you see the building? As you come down the driveway, there's a cottage there. There's like a garage. It's a garage to the right of the driveway.
Yes. I'm sorry, can you zoom in on before you head out so we can
Sorry.
see the buildings?
We didn't realize the setback.
That's okay. That's what Marcus told me.
Okay, so Dorothy, you're suggesting you would like to move that shed to somewhere around this?
No. Oh, yeah, sorry. Go do it again.
Somewhere in this area?
Correct.
Behind it? This side?
So there's a generator to the right of that little,
I think given the location of the structure and the shape of the lot, that approximate area is enough for us to have discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just quickly, the reason that it doesn't have the proposed, I wasn't aware that it was in the setback until Marcus pointed it out after this application was submitted.
Okay, regular board unless somebody has a conflict. Okay, does anyone want to just speak on this and address it?
why not where it's going again?
Somewhere here, given, noting that this is several, I would suggest several hundred feet from the road
Oh, yeah.
and not visible
Right.
at all.
Well, wait a minute, because it will, it's behind, there's a dune, there's a natural dune that sits between the house, and, I mean, that building, and where we're hoping to put it in front of that dune. Does that make sense?
So, no.
So that,
So
Will that-
from the road, there would be a dune.
Yeah.
You might see a little bit of the roof, but it would look like you're seeing that cottage that's there right now.
Okay.
So the pictures are in there from the violation
Okay,
letter
yeah,
too.
but it's not that it's gonna be
No,
a building visible
no,
from the street.
No,
Okay, that's,
it's far enough back.
Could we just see the whole site?
can you zoom out a little bit, Fiona? Okay, so here's the street. Oh, go back up, please, so we get a full site plan now. There you go. This is the 40-foot right away.
Mhm.
Multiply that out, how many times your imagination will, and this is
Yeah.
approximately where they're talking about putting it. And there is a dune
Yeah.
in this area. Dorothy, anything over here?
Well, there are multiple dunes. It's a natural environment. The whole thing, he's maintained it as a natural growth.
Okay, so it's a natural environment and there are dunes and the roof of the shed may be visible
Mhm.
in the distance.
The
So-
gable or the
I don't know, it's several hundred feet from the road, I'm not.
Probably the gable, if they're gonna keep it in the same.
We're gonna try to keep it the
Mr.
same
Chair,
roof line.
Yeah, hold
Can
on,
I-
Dorothy, please.
can I maybe put this in somewhat of a different light?
Yeah,
To
please.
clarify.
This is what it looks like.
Okay, so I'm looking at this photograph and the shed roof that is currently circled with blue pen, right? That's the shed right now, right? Unmoved.
Correct.
Okay, so then everyone sees the dune in front of that and that little building that Stephen was showing, where it's presumably going to
You
move.
can actually see the door of the building, but there's a garage door.
My point, Dorothy, and to the board is actually that like it's going to go down in topography and therefore become less visible if I'm reading it correctly. Like it's going to go lower vis-a-vis the dune that's in between.
I agree, and my point is
Okay.
that even as it is now versus relocated, it is almost indiscernibly in existence. Right. Right. So you're welcome to have concerns. I just want to be clear that we're talking about, how tall is the shed? Yeah, okay. Abby, please go ahead.
Yeah, if we can't see it, I don't think we have much to say about it. Sorry, I'm not.
Now you're on.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ray, are
I'm
you,
fine.
let's see, Val,
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's fine,
Angus?
as long as they pay the fine.
Okay.
Can someone do just an exhibit A of an area of where this is going, just so that we're not sort of, well, as long as we don't see it, we don't know where on the lot it goes?
I would be suggesting nothing less when we get to it. Do you have any other concerns?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Ray, do you want to make a motion? with
Yeah,
an exhibit?
I'll move to approve this with an exhibit A showing the new location.
And paying the
It's,
as-built
generally
fine.
approximately near
Yeah.
the other structure.
And can you
On your
add
motion?
paying the
And
as-built
pay the
fine?
as-built fee?
Yeah.
No.
Ray?
On my motion?
Yep.
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Angus?
Can I second that for discussion?
If you must.
Just that, well, the as-built fine is for it being built, but it's moving. So is it going to be built?
It was
is
built.
it built where it's?
It's built without, the remedy is, this isn't a situation where a structure has been approved and modified and someone is coming in and making a modification before closing out the permit. This is a structure this is literally an as-built structure subject to the fee.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm an aye.
Okay, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Okay, look at that. Me too. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Dorothy, you gotta have an approval. Please put it where we approved it and.
Make
you'll-
sure the surveyor.
I will.
Okay. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you guys very much.
It would have been tough to have that one drag out to Christmas, so good we got it out of the way. All right, we are now on to 8 Cato Lane.
Oh, hang on, let me pull him over.
We got a couple of pools, 8 and 10 Cato Lane.
Yes, I'm pulling Rich over. Rich, did you want a screen share?
I am here. Sure, sign this stuff first. Good evening, Rich.
Rich,
Hey, how are you?
did you want a screen share?
No, I'll just look at the plan that I submitted.
Okay.
I'll keep it quick as far as a presentation. Basically, we have an in-ground pool. We've got a bluestone patio, bluestone stepping stones. We have a shell driveway. We have a 4-foot wire mesh pool fence, which is in vegetation. We have a couple of cedar picket fences, natural to weather, which there is an image of that. That's pretty much it for number 10. This is number 8. The only addition to number 8 is that there is an existing grade change at the rear by the pool. And so we're proposing basically a pressure treated set of staircase that will get you down to the lower grade, which gets you over to Dead Horse Valley, which is in that back left corner. So I'll turn it over to comment at this point.
Okay, great. So your board is Abby, Angus, Ray, myself, and Connie.
Okay.
Who would like to, are you guys okay if we just open both of these? And we'll talk about 8 and then we'll talk about 10? Because
Why not?
I presume that having viewed these, the issues, if any, will be similar. So we'll talk about 8 and then we'll close it out. But if you want to compare and contrast, we can do that. Ray, would you like to begin?
I'm not quite ready yet, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, sorry.
Abby, I know that you are a huge fan of pools. Would you like to begin?
Well, no, I was,
Is it okay for me to begin? Only because
Angus.
it's on my consent.
Yes, please.
It's so the reason that I held it, I mean, this is all sort of typical stuff that we see, but it's adjacent to the Dead Horse Valley, and the concern is the visibility. And the fence is all along the property line, with the landscaping being on the inside the fence. So that was one of the main concerns, and also about the topography change, what's happening back there, that's requiring the steps, and where any sort of retainage would be you know, to sort of compensate for the landscaping or land moving that's happening.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Right. Connie?
So I have the similar concerns. I can see the fences on the property line. The landscaping is to the interior as opposed to having something on the outside. And I think the pools themselves are appropriate, but I think some need to discuss the fencing. Thank you.
Okay, so review the fencing primarily. Ray, you ready?
Yeah, I'm actually in agreement with the fencing discussion and the fact that the vegetation is on the inside as opposed to the outside.
Okay. I have nothing to add other than we need to get that fencing fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, the other thing I wanted to check, let's see, Rich, topographically, these are lower than Cato, right?
Well, what do you mean?
A view into the lot that we would be seeing backyard?
From Cato Lane?
From anywhere, yeah, but Cato Lane, obviously.
No, not, I mean, again, the houses, as we've previously discussed, you know, they go from setback to setback. And so the rear yard is not extremely visible from the Cato Lane itself.
Now, when you say not extremely visible, can you define that?
I mean, let's take, for example, the distance between 8 and 10 Cato Lane. That's 10 feet, right? There are 5-foot setbacks there. So again, from a visibility standpoint, you've got essentially 10 feet between the two houses where you would see, you know, patio, chaise lounges. There's obviously a fence. So I don't think you would see a lot of that rear yard from Cato Lane.
Okay, thanks. So you were speaking about the angle of view. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, great. So Abby.
Okay, so yeah, talking about these setbacks, Richard, is 10 to the left of the driveway there with the two cars in turquoise?
So right now, what you're looking at on the screen is number 8. So number 8, the driveway is on the left. Number 10, the driveway is on the right. Right there, mirror image houses, which we discussed. And so the driveways, just based on the way the building's set, the driveways are on opposite sides of the property. So right now, we're looking at number 8.
And 10 is looking at number 8. 10 is to the right of this then?
That's correct. In this drawing, you can kind of see the basement walk down for number 10 on the right-hand side. So the driveway for number 10 is on the right-hand side. So
Gotcha.
completely opposite ends.
Okay, thank you. I think everything, it seems sort of shoehorned in, like the chaise is right, like on the property line, which means that there's hardscaping right on the property line. And the fence is right on the property line. I'd like, we need some breathing room here. And then on the left-hand side.
Hold on, Rich, hold on just a second. Abby's got the floor. Let's let her continue.
The driveway seems to be right on the property line. So I think we're looking for a little bit of footage on, I don't know, it looks like everywhere, like the whole.
Sure. I think, again, these are 7,500 square foot lots. Obviously they're tight lots. The fence, which is on the fence between the properties, which is technically on number 10, is actually a 6-foot board fence. So I think as far as a privacy perspective between the two properties, I know it's an HDC concern, but I understand that the patio is tight, but I think the placement of the pool, the width of the pool, the depth of the pool is based on the gable end of the building. That's how these were laid out. So the pools are not oversized by any means. Again, I could turn them 90 degrees and make them a lot bigger, but obviously we want, lawn areas, we want, patio space and stuff. So that's kind of how the rear yards are set up. And then as far as the driveway, right now what I'm showing is 10 feet wide, right? Just based on the buildings going, setback to setback. I don't really have a whole ton of space to shrink that driveway, to 9 feet. I mean, that would be extremely tight, but that's just from context. That's how this whole thing was laid out.
Okay, thanks, Rich. We want to keep it a little tighter just for your general information. Okay, Abby, anything else?
Are we talking about materials or?
Yeah,
anything
the
like- or just
whole
the whole
enchilada.
thing. So I didn't even mention the pool, Rich. So it's not really the size of the pool. I'm saying it just we need some room where you're putting materials like a patio. The point that the driveway is it's a tight lot. I mean, that's not really our problem. It's so I'm just thinking about the apron is what material?
It's all shell. It's shell. It's a dirt road, which
Yeah.
we will shell when we're done. So it's basically shell road onto a shell driveway. There is no apron of anything.
Okay, so I have a bit of a problem of the shell, the dirt to shell and how that gets sort of realized. Thank you.
Okay, so Abby has concerns with the extent of the hardscape and the materials. Angus, you went. Ray, you went. Did you have anything you want to add?
Were we gonna talk about this grade issue in the back?
If you bring it up, we will, or I can. touch base on
Okay,
it.
so Rich, looking at lot 8 Cato, I think. We're looking at contours in the back that range from 40 up to 44. And it looks like the pool terrace is set at 44.5. So you're planning on grading up like crazy in the back, right?
That's correct.
And then these steps that I see in the, would that be the northwest corner?
Yes. North.
Those are steps going down.
Northeast. Yeah, the grade, which is, owned by the land bank, that is at a lower elevation than our
Yeah,
lot.
38.9. So, I see a notation that says 48-inch high wire fence, but I don't see anything. Okay, 6 by 6 foot timber wall to retain grade with steps. So that wall, which appears to be on the property line, it's going to be like 5 feet high, right? At least.
I mean, well, I would try to grade down a bit. I'm not going to put a 5 foot wall on that property line. I mean, anything over 4 feet needs to be engineered. So I'm going to slope that grade down
Okay.
slightly.
Well, I think there's enough ambiguity in my mind when I see a spot grade of 38.9, call it 39, and a not far away from that 39 is a 44.5 terrace. So that either represents a, sloping lawn or a fair amount of retainage. So we'll love to get clarity.
Or a combination of both.
Or a combination of both. Exactly. We'd love to know what that combination is.
So typically, Connie, you go ahead and then I'll go.
Oh, I went.
You did. So, Rich, for me, I want to get a little more clarification. So at 8 Cato, that retainage is going to wrap around. Well, it's not easily discerned because the topo needs to be modified to show existing and proposed, number one. Number two, typically what we would request when it's actually one of our best practices is if there's more than that reminds me, I gotta look something up for that appeal tonight.
Write it down now.
Yeah, I'm gonna write it down. If the grade change is more than, I think it was 18 inches, we require cross sections of the site and in the parallel to the length two and at least one and one perpendicular to the length in the area that shows the greatest grade change. So
Okay.
we're gonna need to see that. We're gonna need to see the topographical, as I mentioned, existing and proposed. Which brings me to my concern is it's a lot of fill. It's a lot of fill to have go right to the property line. It's a lot of fill to have go right to the property line and have it be timbers that carpenter ants eat. And that's not our purview, but it's, you know, a reality, especially the public land, right? That's land bank land
Yep,
and there's
it is.
paths there. So I guess it is
Correct.
our purview. And having it on the property line, how is it maintained, blah, blah, blah. And then as you wrap around to 6, the height, you're gonna have this, I presume that the retaining wall is gonna be the transition of the terraced area to the neighbor's lot. Now that may not be an issue for the HTC with respect to visibility, but it may be, so I want to do a view on that. And not to pick on Rich tonight, it's just, you know, this is a big change in grade and we are usually very cognizant of it and we try to monitor it and make sure that if we make a decision that it's informed. Okay. So, go ahead, Ray.
Well, I was going to make a motion.
Yes, please.
I was going to make a motion to, and this would apply to both, sections through the site showing how the grade change, existing grade is going to be dealt with to be able to get the terraces, and also to address the board's concerns about the fence being right on the property line as opposed to having some sort of vegetative buffer between the neighboring property and this one. Thank you. That's
Thank
my
you.
motion.
Thank you. And do we need, well, I'm not gonna go there.
Section.
The sections you mentioned, but I was just thinking we're, Rich, how long do you think it'll be before this gets turned around?
So it would probably be not this upcoming submission. I think what would the next submission for old business would be this upcoming Monday. It would be the following one. So probably, what's that, 3 weeks out?
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to get an idea whether we needed to request minutes too.
So,
Kathy?
Mr. Chair, we don't have a meeting next week. So your next meeting is old business on March 3rd.
What's
Okay.
next?
School vacation.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
so
right.
Oh,
you
right,
have
okay.
next week off. You're
Okay,
welcome.
fair enough. Okay, so that's the motion on Ray on your motion.
Hi.
So
Angus?
I just have one quick question, and I get the motion, that all makes sense. Would it be helpful to, just like we did when we were going through the houses, is to show both properties on one plan so we can see the cohesiveness between the two?
Yeah, and including the sections.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them won't be visible in the lengthwise sections, but you get the picture. Okay.
Correct. I just want to make sure I give you everything that you're requesting.
Sure. No, we appreciate the question. Okay, again, Ray on the motion.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Val, not on it. Angus?
Aye, but I just wanted to clarify if we're getting sections northwest, I mean, east, west and north, south through the lots.
Angus, was that some trickery or?
No, I just wanted to clarify what Ray had.
Yeah,
made a
I'll
mo-
amend my motion just to say that we need enough sections through various places so that we get a full understanding of the grade change. I think that would
Sure.
cover it.
Okay.
Thank you. Aye.
Minutes makers are gonna have a tough one with that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ray, sorry, ladies, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Okay, I think we got everybody voted except for me. I vote aye.
So
Okay.
it's 10 tracking then? Because they're gonna be.
That
Vote
motion was
together.
for 8 and 10,
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
separately and together. How's that?
Okay.
Like it.
Okay, now we're on to 12 West Sankaty, and we're gonna need to start thinking about the lightning round, folks. We're spending
Yeah.
a lot of time on stuff that I think we're a little rusty and need to pick up the people's business here. Good evening.
How are you?
How you doing?
Doing well.
School
Good.
vacation.
When you're ready.
So this is 12 West Sankaty. We are looking to do some hardscape with a driveway, Belgian block apron, bluestone patio, a retaining wall, and fence and gate.
Okay. Let's see, who had this on there?
Carrie.
Carrie.
Carrie. Okay, Carrie's not here. We have regular board, any concerns?
I'm pretty sure I know why she did not.
Holly was objecting to the Belgian block that originally it had been cobblestone, so.
I figured one of you guys is gonna bring it up. Go ahead.
No, I
Any
just-
others concerns?
No, I mean, yes.
I had a
yes.
concern.
So this is right on the corner of New Street and West Sankaty, so it's a highly visible corner. I just
Yes,
want
when I say any concerns, I'm not asking what are the colors. I'm saying, are there any concerns?
yes.
Okay, so why don't you? go
I
ahead?
have concern.
Well, so I don't know of any Belgian block right in that vicinity, so I think we should stick with the original cobblestone. Also the board fence, let's see, I think the board fence is on New Street, isn't it?
It's on Lincoln. And
On
there's a section on New Street as well.
Right, there's a little bit on New Street and then in the back.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, maybe come to somebody else because I wanted to
Okay.
bring it up again.
Let's see. Angus.
Yes, my concern was about the Belgian block. That should be cobblestone. There are examples. I know there are examples along West Sankaty between there and the corner, but it's changing the character. So the more we have, the more it's going to change. And then along Lincoln Street, my concern is about the retaining wall and where a fence is in relation to that. And I think that the 5-and-1 is too much along there. A simple. I'm not even sure. I mean, right now there's a stockade fence, right? But ideally that would be and what would be in character with the surrounding area would be a hedge instead of a fence along the street. Even though it's the back, it's along the street. So I think that needs to get rethought. Thanks.
Thank you. Ray.
Share the concern about the fence right on, it's actually not on the street, it's on the setback line, which is a little better so that there can be some vegetation, I think. Now, Grayson, regarding the retaining wall that fence is sitting on, would it be correct for me to say that it's retaining into the property? In other words, your people are going to be looking at it and not the people on the street.
Correct.
Right? It's cut in.
Correct.
Okay, so that part is fine. I respect the other board members' request for the cobbles instead of the Belgian block. I think it's much more, sconce it. But my main issue is the 5-and-1 board fence sitting on top of that wall right by the street. And, it's possible that you could plant it. The dash line is a setback line, or is that actually the property?
That's the property line.
Oh, that's the property line. Okay, so then I'm more concerned. So that would be a concern where, we have a 5-foot high fence right on the street and how to take the curse off that. Thanks. I'm done.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Val, did you?
Isn't there already a fence there? There is stuff.
It's in pieces, but they plan to put it back.
Right.
But yeah, and there's still some that's still up yet.
5-and-1?
It's a
It's
stockade. But
stockade.
It is 6 feet, I think.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
there's a lot of different fences on that street. I guess I'd just say take it away from, pull it in from the property line or setback and put
Yeah.
something in front of it. Some vining material.
Yeah, I think that this location where fence, well, Abby, you want to finish and then I'll go?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll keep going. So I think the the stockade fence is more appropriate just because it's simpler and it's usually smaller. I wouldn't do a 6 foot. So if you're doing a 2 foot retaining wall and you're looking back from West Cedar Street, you're going to see a 2 foot rock retaining wall. And on top of that, a 5-and-1, it's going to look odd. And I think the simpler, the better. Maybe add some vegetation. I think Ray said somehow vegetate that out somehow. So
I'm
it's
not opposed to just using hedge too, if that's.
Yeah, well, that would be lovely.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. So I am kind of at the point in my career with the HTC that the homogenization of fencing with 5-and-1 has just become brutal.
Yeah.
I remember when we did a study with John McLaughlin and Val. John Haddon was with us and Kathy, and we looked back at the historical imagery. And I don't remember ever seeing a 5-and-1 fence, not this vertical horizontal lattice in any event. So anyways, quick trip down memory lane. This is not a good place for 5-and-1. If you go with fence, I think stockade. I think you've got to do growies on the outside vining, which is part of our protocol, best practices. If you will opt to do privet, who knew privet in this area? It seems so foreign. But if you were to do privet, that would be better yet. If you want to do fencing, and it's not going to be stockade, then I would say it needs to be on the inside of the privet. If it's 5-and-1, it's just going to look, which I understand is a treatment people will use because they'll put roses on the inside where the sun is and
See how this is
combine
was a
on the top.
stockade fence.
So where are you with fence?
I'm fine with using just privet. I mean, it's, I understand that it would look weird having the retaining wall and the fence. The retaining wall is sort of necessary for the home. So the fence is kind of the negotiating part, I guess.
Okay, I could have just stopped with thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so are there any other comments? Does someone feel comfortable with an Exhibit A motion?
I would make a motion, but I have one question for the applicant. Along the north side of the lot, where it's pointing, it has a fence detail and a gate, and it says 36 by 36. There's no application for a fencing in that hedge, right? That's just a hedgerow?
Yeah, I think I did not, so I didn't update it. I drew the fence there, but I do want it to be just hedge with a gate in between the hedge.
Okay,
There's
so
the
my
button.
motion. My
Go ahead,
motion would
Angus.
be to approve the application as submitted, except that the Belgian block is cobblestone. And along Lincoln Street, it would be hedged just like it is on the north border of the property.
Can I
And
just add
one
for a
one second, and then Abby's going to second. And Angus, that's an Exhibit A that you'll be in the office tomorrow to drop.
I won't be, sorry.
I can draw.
All right, so
Yeah, I
that's
can
going to
draw
be
it too.
Ray's motion. Or Angus's motion and Ray's drawing. Abby, you want to second
Just
it?
wanted to second it to say on the new street, the fence would just be the simple 5-foot stockade rather than the 6-and-1. Is that
I mean, that's fine, but
It was going to go to privet.
Yeah,
on New Street too?
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
understood.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it's only a small length.
I thought it was just along Lincoln.
You're talking about totally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everywhere you had 6-and-1 is
yeah, I
going to
think
be.
the neighbors is privet
All right,
anyway, so.
terrific.
Okay, excellent. So Abby.
That's my
is ready
motion.
to vote. Abby,
Mr.
Aye.
Exhibit
on your motion, Angus,
Aye.
on your Exhibit A, Ray,
All right.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Ayes have it. Now we are going to move on to 79 Orange Street.
Mr. Chair, they're
Oh, is it
holding,
being
they're
held?
holding, yeah.
I found it ironic that one of the voting members tomorrow night is questioning solar. That's interesting.
Yeah, and there's going to be some more interesting discussion tomorrow night. Are you going? I hope you'll be there. I'm not the only one who should be able to have so much fun.
I wasn't sitting on one of them. I can't remember.
I'm
the other.
obviously being sarcastic, but
I know.
because if you don't laugh, you cry. Okay,
Where are we?
we are now on to 10 Meadowview Drive. Luke? He left?
I think so.
Hey, Luke, are you online?
See if he's out there.
No. All right, well, we'll hold Luke for till 6:40. You know, we at the HTC are doing way too much work. This is like the third pen.
Were you on that?
It's bad.
So landscape.
Okay, Luke's being held to 6, 6 months, no Nantucket. Robbie?
Yes.
Good evening.
Enjoying the show.
Oh, so, could we go to the site plan, please? I'm a little. This is technically a zoning shed that we're gonna purposes, storage and for, pool use. And it was approved by consent a month ago or so, and now the, Mrs. Bazudo has changed her mind. And we just want to mirror the exact same design, except mirror it on the site, so that's what we are doing. So
Okay.
we could scroll to, maybe the elevations might be the easiest, staying exactly in the same place that it was proposed.
Oh,
It's,
would you
it's
just
on-
flipping it?
Just exactly flipping it.
Okay. Does any, regular board, does anyone have any concerns?
No, motion to approve is submitted.
No concerns, anyone else?
Nope.
Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Ray?
Hi.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
You found the lightning rod.
And
I
I'm
thought
just-
it was approved. I'm like, why is this?
Okay. Love when
you,
those,
Rob.
Thank you.
love when those get in there. 57 Vestal Street, move on addition.
It's Lisa's.
Okay. Let's see, Joe, I think you're up.
Okay,
And regular board otherwise. We have Holly's comments. She's been sitting,
Thank you so.
right? Am I being fair and even?
Yes.
As usual?
Yes.
Okay. I hope never to put that on a bumper sticker. Again.
Yeah.
I was just daydreaming about what I'm gonna be doing on Tuesday nights. Okay, Mr. Paul, good evening, welcome to HTC.
Hi. Okay. This is an application, I'm pretty sure. I'm embarrassed, I thought this was.
It is an
Lisa's.
application, yeah.
This is an application, okay. I think that some of you are aware that my client on Duke's Road,
Oh, I don't want to sit on this.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Connie, look at you go.
All right.
No, it's my mother's best friends.
Okay, so here's the story. You'll all recall that Duke's Road, there was a building there from the 1920s, I believe. We repurposed it a barn on the property, sort of closer to Duke's Road than the house. That was approved. Well, it turns out that the neighbor behind the Duke's Road clients of mine approached, they are on Vestal, approached my owner about buying the property. He decided to do so. And his only plan for it is to have sort of a rec lawn there. And that would have been would be the appropriate place to put the barn. So it's essentially the same barn design, although we've moved some doors around simply because it's facing a different way on the site. So it's like Robbie's gazebo plan. It's sort of a flipped version of what you folks approved for Duke's Road, but it's going on Vestal as opposed to where it was approved of Duke's, if that all makes sense. Thank you.
I think so. So just to summarize, the structure is being proposed to be moved on.
Yeah, like right now, that structure is still on Duke's Road. It's gonna, pending your approval, gonna move over to Vestal and then have all that stuff put on as approved earlier.
In its entirety, like that old, you mean the
No, well, Abby, we got approval to take off the sort of, what would you call that roof form, the sort of low pitched roof in the back. There's the comparison. So we basically took that chunk of structure and annexed it into the barn that you see.
But just to be clear.
Yeah.
For our processing purposes, you are showing an existing structure, you are showing an approved structure, and you are proposing that you move the approved structural modifications onto a new location.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so there's no confusion. So they're showing us as a courtesy, the existing, because it's been modified. They're showing us what's been approved to replace it. And now they're saying, hey, you know what? We've been approached and we'd like to have it repurposed on another location.
Vessel up behind, up on the hill.
Up on the hill.
Somewhere,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Are you? Well, okay. So it is Abby, Angus, me, Connie, and Joe. And why don't we go with Joe and then Connie?
Sure. I generally have no concerns. The only question I have is what kind of visibility is there from Vestal? Is there access off of Vestal to this property? I can't see how it sits on the lot relative to which elevation is facing Vestal. So I have a few questions, I guess.
Okay, let's see if we can get those answered. Thanks, Joe. Mr. Paul?
Okay, so currently there's a house and a guest house on Vestal. You guys reviewed them and approved demo move offs for both of them. The plan is really to kind of, vegetate, have no access from there, have all the access to this property be on the current drive off of Duke's Road. And the only way that you would get to this structure is just by walking from the house over to the other piece of property. So currently, if you're driving down Vestal, you can't see the two buildings that are there. And my guess is that you won't be able to see this because it's further away than the two buildings that are already there. And we plan to, vegetate all of Vestal. So no access from Vestal.
Okay. And the orientation is as shown by the light gray and the dark gray. So the shed roof portion is going to be towards Duke's to the north.
The big barn doors, I'm sorry, I can't read it, but the barn doors face Vestal.
Yeah, okay, that tracks. Okay, Joe, other questions?
Yeah, where is that site plan? I can't seem to, I don't see it in my package here.
It's 10 of 18 if you've got an 18-page packet.
Oh, 10 of 18. Well, I see it on the screen now. Okay. Yeah, I have no concerns. Can you scooch down just a little bit so we can see the entirety of that lot? Okay, thank you. All right. So it doesn't show a driveway.
Make out the existing buildings on there too, Joe. Like.
Yep.
Yeah.
I see that. Okay. Yeah, I have no concerns. Thanks for the explanation.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I also have no concerns.
Okay. Do we have, Angus, did I ask you? I don't think I did.
No, this was on my consent list, and the reason that I didn't put it on, I was so excited. This building was going to get moved as originally proposed, and then I was putting it together. Wait, it's still getting reworked and changing. But my concern was as Joe had brought up, just the specifics of how is this relating to Vestal Street and that lot and any buildings that are on that lot. And so also the grade, the elevation of this, which is kind of gotten to be a vertical building, especially with the cupola. I don't know what the grade is at Duke's Road. It's hard to like zero in there, but it might be, you know, I don't, what is the grade at Duke's Road, at the driveway? My concern is this, that it's moving up the hill, and this is having a different impact than it was when it was, you know, 2/3 closer to Duke's Road.
Mr. Paul, would you like to address that this is on Vestal and not near Duke's anymore?
No, I think he understands that. He's just wanting to know the grade on Vestal. And so,
You said Duke's, that's why I was confused.
I think he's comparing its visibility and height where it is, where we're requesting it, as opposed to where it was on Duke's.
And the difference is?
That's correct.
The net is not much. They may be the same height. I don't actually have the numbers in my head, but the barn is going to sit lower than the current house that's built and the current pool house that's built. It's going to sit lower than those in sort of a self-interested way. What these folks want, they have 4 teenage boys. And they want them to have a play lawn. So, in order to get the play lawn, we've got to grade the middle of that property flat, which means that it has to go lower than it currently is. So all of that is to say that it is going to be feet lower than the platform where the house and the pool house are right now.
Okay. Anything else, Angus?
Yeah, I guess that wasn't very clear about what's happening with the grade changes of what is existing to what's proposed in relation to where the barn is being, or the house is being moved to. And so, yeah, I'd prefer to have some more information so I have a clearer idea. Like, you know, a section from Vestal Street to Duke's, you know, through that whole thing would be helpful to sort of see how that relates to both streets and the difference in grade, existing and proposed.
Okay, thanks. I think a simpler approach would be throw a couple poles up on the lot. We could just do a view.
Or could I ask a simple question?
No, hold on one sec. I want to.
After you.
Yep. All right, can you guys put some poles up?
Maybe. My only hesitation is the people that sold the property wanted to live there until like May. So they're living in those buildings, whether they would like having us nailing pipe poles onto their house.
Okay, so it actually may be more expeditious for you to just provide a drawing?
Yeah, it'd be easier for us to
Okay,
do
yeah.
a section. I
Okay.
could take a section all the way from Vestal, all the way through the guest house, through the house, through the barn that we're talking about, back down to Duke's Road.
Okay.
That, we have it all on the computer.
Okay, so my thoughts are that I think it's an appropriate location. The structure is appropriate for the location. So that's 2 check boxes. I think the distance from Duke's Road is sufficient enough, and it's behind other structures, and it is barn-like, and barns are typically bigger historically than other structures. So I personally don't have a concern with it. I understand and respect Angus does, and if we go that way, then we'll get a drawing. Abby.
I agree with what you just said, and my question would be, where you've cited the new building on the Vestal piece of property, are you moving the topography more than 2.5 feet?
I'm cutting it down.
You're cutting it down more than
Yeah,
2.5 feet?
Probably about 2 feet.
About 2 feet. So that's what I don't have any concerns about that. So if it were going to be more than 2.5 feet, I think we'd have concerns, but because it's so minimal, I don't. I think it's appropriate.
Okay, and can
And
you?
what a windfall for these people to buy the property behind. I mean, it's like.
I know.
It's a
Good
tough
problem to
situation to
have.
be in. Can we get a benchmark height established?
How would you like me to do that?
I've just memorialized it on the drawing that is the topographic modification
yeah.
proposed to
Yes.
in there? I couldn't zoom in on it. It's not a touchscreen. It's on there?
It's on there, but one thing I will say is Mirka did the first layout with the topo. And I looked at it and I actually wanted to drop it more so they get their flat lawn. I dropped it by a foot. So whatever it says on that is good, it's gonna be a foot lower.
So is it approximately a foot now on that lower?
It's gonna be about 2 feet lower than.
Okay.
But
2 feet
I
lower
don't
than
wanna like make more of this. than
No, I understand, but
necessary.
I'm just trying to move it
We're-
towards.
we're- From Vestal, it's a very hilly kind of,
Yeah.
it's not a flat site and it's not a uniformly pitched site. It's
Let me
kind
see
of-
if I can help this along, given the consistent, I think, position of the commission, or at least most of us. The topography is modifiable subject to what's on the application, plus an additional foot lowering.
Correct.
That's it.
That's right.
Okay.
That is correct.
So maximum of 2 feet, including whatever's on the application. Okay, so that can just be written on the COA if you want to put that on there. Okay. Is that your motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve with the lowering the site where you're putting this building by 1 foot.
More than that's what, so no more than 2 feet from existing.
Yes.
Okay, just I want to make sure I was clear that, okay. On your motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Okay, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank
there
you.
we go. Now we're gonna move on to 94 Halbert. Stephen, good evening. Do you mind? Well, I'll do this one.
Oh, I'll do some. Wow.
Go ahead and proceed when you're ready. You see it up there?
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Maybe start with the site plan. If it's possible, please. All right, great. So just to get everybody oriented, as viewed on the screen, north is up. To the east of the locus is the dirt, or actually sand portion of Hulbert Ave extension, kind of long after the paving stopped.
You can't sign this one.
And to the
That's
south.
yours.
Yeah, that's great. And to the south or down on the page is Pogrovit Road, which is another dirt road. So we're on a corner lot. The project is to accommodate an existing expanding family who was a family of 5 when they moved into this house. This house is new to this lot circa 2006, so sounds kind of new, but that's still 20 years ago. Their family's growing. They've gone from 5 to I think 13 now. So this project is an addition and renovation of an existing home at 94. On the north or upper side of the site plan is viewed, there's an existing wraparound porch on the north and east sides. We are taking the north portion of that existing ground floor wraparound porch and we are enclosing it. And above that porch enclosure, we're proposing to extend the existing second floor, 1.5 story mass, 10 feet to the north. So it's an infill on the ground and it's a 10-foot addition on the second floor at 1.5 story mass that matches the existing ridge line. On the west side of the property, the left side of the site plan that you see there, we're proposing a 10-foot addition to the existing structure. It is a single story only at grade. On the second floor, we're extending the existing gable end 3.5 feet to the west or to the left as viewed on the page. That's the project. Happy to walk you through elevations if you'd like, or just let you guys start your review.
Well, I got to tell you, that's refreshing. Thank you.
What's that?
Not to be PowerPointed the elevations. You know how people do the PowerPoint, they put it on the screen and then they tell you what you're reading. So thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was a compliment. You're
Yeah,
welcome.
no, you're good. You know me, I'm pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's, you know.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Stephen? I'm sorry. So the board is Abby, who, by the way, we're whispering it was on her consent. Angus, Ray, myself, and I think Joe is up on the rotation. Okay. Abby, why don't you go first?
Okay, so I talked to Holly a little bit about this, and I think the only one of her concerns was just a date on it, but somewhere when I was looking at this, that you had circled, there was no historic relevance or something. But I couldn't find it again, but it is not an old building. It's one of those old, I mean, it looks old, like it's got a rambling additive mass style. But I think the renovation is appropriate, and I just ran it by Holly just to see what she thought. And so I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Okay. And let's see, Ray.
I think this is well done. There's literally one thing that I'm at all troubled by, and that's like this rather wide dormer on the north elevation that's new. And it has these two windows sort of floating in the middle of it. But I can't in good conscience hold up an otherwise good application for that one thing. That's it for me.
Thank you. See, Joe?
Yeah, I agree with all the comments, and I think the addition helps to make the house feel like it's not rotated on the lot. Like the front door has a little bit more presence, and the entry porch gets bigger, and it has that dormer above it that Ray just described, which would look awesome with 3 windows. But I'm good with it as is. I think it's appropriate. Thank you.
North.
Ray, would you mind just clarifying which elevation your comments about, please?
It was on the north elevation, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 2 gay windows, go to 3.
Okay, thank you.
What?
You know, wide dormer, 2 windows right in the middle. That
Okay. Let's see, that leaves Angus.
Here.
Thank you. So I agree about the dormer. There's too much shingle area. So I think that overall the improvements are improvements, but I would make I would either do more fenestration or narrow the dormer down so that there isn't more than a couple of feet of shingle to either side of the windows in that north elevation.
Okay. I actually think it's well done. It's handsome, appropriate. Ellie has asked for a flood certificate of the existing structure. I think just for historical purposes in the file. Is that something you would have
I can
access?
provide that. I can actually, I sent a plan to Holly that's, I don't believe the
The-
site plan you're looking at, but it has, Jeff Blackwell has put elevation 11.7 threshold at the existing front door.
Okay.
Would that be satisfactory to establish that we're well above the floodplain?
Yeah, I think so. I think she was actually more looking for archival information on the existing structure than this, because it's. But I think if you provide that information, that would be helpful. I know the format is attached to her comments, and she has asked that the circa 2006 be added to the application.
Certainly happy to do.
And I agree with Commissioner Pohl on that dormer. I think it's acceptable as it is. It could be done differently, but overall, it's a well done design. So what do we want to do, folks?
May I ask an administrative question
Yeah,
and keep it brief?
please, because we're about to motion.
Concurrent to the HDC review is a Concom review.
Mhm.
And Concom has encouraged
Right.
its applicants to be filing to the HDC before we have Concom determination
Yes.
required.
Yes, it's required now.
I don't have to explain how challenging that makes designing a project before I even have ratified the footprint. I was wondering, and I appreciate the comments tonight, and I think I see where it's heading. I was wondering if
You want a
it's better
soft
to
approval?
close this, or if I could get a soft approval and come back in the event that I have to edit this, it's that elevation right
Okay,
there.
may I make a suggestion? Is that we would hold for minor revisions being to the spacing of the dormer windows on the north. And that with only that exception, the drawings are approved.
And
So
if
then
I
you can
had
take
to-
your minutes to whomever you need to.
And if I had to make any other changes because of a Concom decision, I could incorporate those into those
Exactly.
revisions.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that we should approve this until the Concom approves it first.
Should we
I
vote?
couldn't agree more.
Where
I
do they
lost
say that?
that battle.
We're not going to approve anything until they have a building permit. And then that way,
There
no
you go.
construction will ever happen on the inside. Okay, I get it.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, so the motion, I think, was to hold for revision of the window spacing on the dormer shown on the north, second floor north elevation. Otherwise, the drawings are approvable as submitted.
That's my motion.
Okay. On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
let's see, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay.
Many
Thank you,
thanks.
Stephen. That made it a lot easier for us. That's appreciated. Ethan?
Hello.
Good evening.
Hey.
When you're ready,
Ready.
gravity,
It's the wood box.
oh, maybe not. No, I'm teasing. You're very good at this. Go ahead.
So basically, it's gonna be a house, not a restaurant or a hotel or anything. And all we're doing is like asphalt roofs, wood roof, restoring all the outside as is, getting rid of the giant electric meters. And in the back, removing the kitchen warts in the back that are house walk-in coolers and, you know, clean that up. You can see it on my as-built. And found basement foundation, and the foundation is gonna be done such a way that on the streets, it's gonna be just crawl space, and then mainly dig it out and put a proper foundation in.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Let's see, you guys have read Holly's comments. It is the regular board, and does anyone have any questions for Ethan?
I can go because it was on my consent list.
Okay, but just let me, don't anybody have any questions? Going once, twice, three times. Abby, you're up.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate. I'm so happy it's being bought and renovated, and God bless. So you can have my blessing. Thank you.
God and Abby bless this. Okay, let's see, Ray. Do you want to share?
I'm with Abby on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Val, you want to say a benediction? Or?
I'm perfectly okay with this. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. How about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thanks.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, Angus?
Oops. Angus?
Oh,
It's so easy to forget
Yeah.
people when they're not here.
I know.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I will
Angus.
be there next week. I'll be the only one there. Yeah, I'm fine with it as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right.
Did you like it?
And when you say you're fine with it, that's an aye.
That's an aye.
So there being none opposed, approved unanimously.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ethan.
Man.
All right, now we are on to 108.5 Old South Road, a driveway apron.
Did you take a break?
I
Well,
thought
I'm
that
gonna
was-
probably cut out of here at 8 if
Oh,
we're
okay,
that
okay.
late, because I've got, I'll be at the select board till midnight tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anytime.
Brooke, can you explain? Oh, Abby did it. Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what you got, and then Abby can comment.
All right, so this was an application originally for a mixed-use building that was approved. As part of the application, I had shown what you see here on the site plan. And now that we're going through the permitting process, the DPW is asking for an HDC approval specifically for the apron and the driveway. Though I had it on the site plan. This is something that happened a few years back before things, before people got more particular about this process. And so I'm back here to ask for what has always been a part of the application, which is a paved area in a commercial area with an access on Marianne Drive, because it's just too crazy to try and back out into Old South Road. And so we have a legal easement to do that. I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Any questions for Brooke before Abby?
No.
Abby?
Yeah, so the only reason I didn't put this on consent was that it says it's 108 Old South Road, but the driveway's on Marianne, so that was confusing. And then the two lots, this red arrow that says site,
Yes.
isn't that on the far side and not on Marianne?
So it's 108 and 108 and a half as you're going out towards the airport. Marianne is 108 is on the corner of Marianne and Old South. 108 and a half is the lot that's contained by 108. We have to drive over 108 to get to 108 and a half.
Oh,
And there's an easement there. There is a document that I included with this application, I believe,
okay.
that addresses that concern.
So I don't have any concerns now. It was confusing because you're driving over the first lot to get to the second lot, and I didn't know where the apron was, if it was on Marianne, and you're going to the second one.
Brooke is always turning these incomplete applications about these really interesting stories about property rights and driveways and stuff. It's almost
trust
like a little
him.
book
I
you could
trust
write.
him.
Okay, so given your understanding now, is this something you would put on consent if you were informed of this then?
If I had understood it when I was looking at it, I would have put it on
Okay.
consent.
Does that help anyone to want to do a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay. Let's see. We'll see if there's any seconds for discussion. I don't hear any. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank
We
you.
are on to 115. Thank you, Brooke. 115 Surfside Road. Lindsay? Good evening.
Hi there.
When you're ready.
We are proposing a deer fence going around the property.
I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit? Your voice dropped really low there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To your fence.
Yeah, I know it's a hot button topic, so I was trying to be very quiet when I said deer fence. Proposing a deer fence to go around the property, much like the neighbor has already. That's why we're not showing it on the shared property line with 111 Surfside. There's along Surfside Road, the paved part, and left side, or I guess right side of the house, it'll be tucked into vegetation. Along the dirt portion of Surfside Road, it will be behind the evergreen trees which already exist. And then we're proposing adding evergreens to screen the fence where it would be visible near the driveway. The gate is very similar to one at 110 Surfside Road, as well as 111, and they're both positioned in a similar proximity to the road. I think it's kind of in keeping with what's around it. I think there's actually one on the other side of 111 as well. That's all I got.
Okay. And let's see, this was under consent review by none other than Abby Camp.
Yeah, but this is my last, so Yeah, so my concern was, what does this look like as you're going down Surfside Road? Because will we see the fence, or did you say that the fence was in the vegetation?
It's in the vegetation.
In the vegetation. Okay, I couldn't tell that from the drawing.
Unlike the other fences that are on Surfside Road right now. See everything.
Well,
Crazy.
we're gonna make this one.
This is a model. Okay, Abby, would you like to continue or you're done?
No, so now that Lindsay has explained that the fencing is inside the in the vegetation, and we won't see it, we'll just see the, yeah, what is the vegetation itself? Is it,
Just existing scrub oak. It's all the stuff that's already there along Surfside Road.
all right, it's not woolly mammoth spruces or,
No, the screening that we're gonna do in the driveway portion will match the existing evergreens that are along the dirt portion of the road.
All right, let's see, Val.
As long as it's buried in the vegetation, I'm okay with it, unlike the fence in the picture. That's not you.
That's not-
Yeah.
Ray.
I don't want to be a stick in the mud here, but it looks like the fence is right on the property line. So the vegetation that you're relying on to screen the fencing is either on town property or on the neighbor's property, correct?
Oh, look at that. Little.
Am I right?
Yeah, but we're.
I
open
mean,
to
let's
moving it in
pretend that
and
your
set a little
neighbors
bit.
wanted to clear cut their lots on both sides and the town decided to come down with a brush cutter, cut their property, the fence would be 100% exposed.
Do you want us to move it in 10 feet or so?
Well, I think it's wise. I mean, you know,
At least 5.
yeah,
at least to the setback.
something should be on your property so that at least you're in control of it.
Okay. So 5 to 10 feet.
I think, Ray, if you want to make a authority
Yeah,
on
okay,
jurisdiction
well,
determination.
let's see, Angus, we haven't heard from Angus.
But I think if you give us a goalpost, we'll work from there.
A minimum of 5 feet.
Okay, thank you. 5 feet in addition to what's shown?
Oh, it's
Well,
right on the
what's shown
line.
is
That's
property line. So 5 feet in from the property line.
Okay,
this.
so I'm gonna ask to move that at least to 7 feet.
Looks like it might be on the setback.
And then Angus, you want to go?
And I'll move it to 10 feet minimum on the Surfside Road side. It could be 7 feet on the adjacent neighbor sides, but along the scrub oak, you lose the leaves, and then all of a sudden there it is. And I mean, that's bad, bad enough, let alone it being on the property line. So I think 10 feet minimum with a clause that that the vegetation has to be maintained between the fence and the property line.
Okay, I don't think you're gonna get any pushback on that other than perhaps from the applicant's agent, but he doesn't seem to be
No,
too
that's fine.
concerned. So can we get a motion to that effect? So 10 feet back from Surfside, 7 feet from the other property lines. Vegetation to be maintained in perpetuity. And that would be an exhibit A. Would you want to do that?
Sure.
And rail drop.
Can I second that for discussion?
It's your motion. You don't have to second it.
Okay, so that all sounds good, except for the driveway side, whatever that lane is. It's already showing it, I think, set back at the front yard setback. I don't know what that distance is, but it's already a lot more than 7. So we want to maintain that.
Yeah. it's
Do you know
gonna
what I'm
go
saying?
Behind those evergreen trees, which are already there, so. which is-
Okay, so Ray will reflect that property line is gonna modify.
Yeah.
Okay, Angus, thanks. Got that. Good point.
Okay,
Anything else?
that's it.
Okay, great. So your motion is to
That's what I was-
preserve the, I can't see the cardinal points. But the setback at the bottom of the page on
Preserve the
HDC
west side.
on the
Steve.
west, and then it'll be 10 feet along Surfside and 7 feet otherwise. And we'll annotate the COA with a install and maintain vegetation to screen visibility in perpetuity. Is that your
That's my
motion?
motion.
Excellent.
Yep.
Thank you. For raise exhibit A, Angus on your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby.
East, yes, yes.
East. Okay, and I'm a yes. Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right. We are turning the page, folks,
Oh.
to 88 Vestal Street.
Yeah, hi. I'm here representing for Carrie and her client. There was a main house and sheds that were on the consent list with this project. And I think this was not put on the consent because maybe some clarity needed to happen regarding the shed that's attached to the building. But this is a small cottage that we're proposing on the back of the property. It's just very, very simple, small cottage, 22.5 feet tall, very simple massing. If you look at I think, I might be wrong, but essentially that little shed is that shed is actually existing, and our drawings don't adequately show it correct, but it's being moved. It's an existing shed on site that is sentimental to the family, and they basically want to attach it to the proposed cottage. And so it's vertical. It's a vertical board effect. Everything else, of course, is the rest of the little cottage is shingle. But that's
All right. Thank you. We have Holly's comments, which are actually pretty brief. And Ray, any questions for Luke? Ray, you had this on your consent.
Yeah, so the only thing that, kind of troubles me modestly is that in relation to the house, this seems kind of vertical. And I'm looking to see what the overall height is. Can anyone read that?
22 feet.
22 feet, which is, fine.
Oh.
And I'm imagining that this roof pitch is matching the existing house. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yeah, it was meant. Carrie designed it to complement the proposed house.
Yeah. This was all, for me, it was all about it. It just seemed vertical. But, I've seen a lot worse.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Val.
I have no concerns.
Let's see. Angus.
The nice barn is getting ripped out.
Yep, sorry, no concerns.
Abby.
Yes, I have the same concern. I think I'd like to see the height of this come down a couple of feet. And so it relates to that original shed, because right now there's such a big difference between the two. It looks kind of odd. So I would bring it down a couple of feet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that leaves me. So I would, on this one, agree with Abby. However, given its location, at the very back of the site and behind the main house, and noting that the house itself is a 1 7/8 story structure, which is not 1 3/4. It's just oddly tall on the second floor. I'm not sure okay with it. What do we want to do, folks?
Is there a picture of that main house? Or did-
What?
It was under consent. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you turn your laptop just slightly so Abby can see that?
Yes.
No, that house is not staying, right? Oh,
I think that's it, isn't it?
it's a new.
That's the main house.
It looks like the old.
That's the house that's there.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. What, because I wanted it to relate. And
That was my reference point.
Yeah.
Having said that, Luke, can you confirm or correct that the main house will obstruct the view of or at
This
least
is the
most
new
of the
main
view?
house.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the new house, the new house was approved on consent, and if you look at the site plan, if your question is it going to block the back cottage, then it appears substantially it would.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm still good with it. What are we doing?
Who made a motion?
You made a motion?
I will.
Oh,
A
well,
motion to approve as submitted.
well, golly, on your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Hi.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
I'm an aye. All right. Hey, good evening.
Hello.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Chair, can I ask a favor?
No.
I had to run out. I was waiting for number 10 on Meadowview. I think it's, and I had to run out. Is there any,
You can, yeah, we actually held that for you, but, yeah, you can, let's do Ethan and then we'll rotate you in as long as it's very brief.
Sweet.
Ethan.
So this is Eat Fire Spring again, that house way out well, when it was red. I got it approved a year ago to change it to white trim. Then new architects took it over and they are going to, they put these porches on the back side of it. And part of it was approved before Christmas, like that on the top, as long as it was gray. Well, they wanted to keep the house white. So what we did is one of the comments was way back when, was add that little triangle roof to keep back, like the original house has that angled shed roof off the left side. So we added that piece back to not look like a box sticking off the left side of the house.
And that's to cut down on the white balustrade.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Okay, thank you. So you guys heard all that stuff? Comments, concerns?
I thought
Ray,
it
this was
would
yours.
have been consent.
Yeah, you know, I'm like racking my brain trying to remember why I would not have consented this, honestly.
Probably because we lost the red.
You need to know.
No.
All right, well, you got some clarification. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Val, on your motion.
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby, Angus,
Aye.
I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Excellent. Luke, you're up. Lightning round.
thank you.
Where are we heading back?
We're gonna jump back to new business 217 today. 10 Meadowview Drive, dormers porch. Seemed to be my pumpkin time. Luke, you with us?
Yeah. Oh, do you have it up? It doesn't appear like it's up.
Yep.
Yeah, basically it's just two simple dormers on the front of the house. We've tried to align the check rails as best we can with the eave lines with a simple porch over the front door and new garage doors to make it overall look a little better than it currently exists today.
Okay. Any questions for Luke? Angus, you had this.
Yes, please go to the elevation, the street elevation. I guess that's the north?
Yeah.
Or the before and after?
Right there.
Yeah, so it's a tough situation because it's a high eave there. So a flush dormer makes sense, but the double windows are very, they really dominate. It makes this top heavy. If those were single window dormers, I would have put it on consent. And it also appears that there is untapped space. Like you could have a shed dormer that goes clear across the back and give you the same headroom and leave the front intact. So that was my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray?
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
Can I make a comment? The rear roof system, Angus, is fully engaged with solar panels, so that's not an option.
Okay, thanks, Luke. Val?
I didn't have any concerns with this.
Okay. Abby?
The triple ganged windows too heavy on the top there. I would somehow modify it either to just one or you could do three, but only have one in that shed dormer. Something, it's very top heavy. Thank you.
Thanks. Ray.
I'm ready now. You know, I appreciate Angus's concern, like it does seem, 6 windows on the second floor and only 4 on the first floor in the main mass. I'd love it if they went to singles, but that's it.
Okay. My only concern with singles is we're gonna need to downsize those dormers, which I'm not averse
Probably,
to, but Luke, what's your program on that second floor? Can you downsize those dormers?
Maybe a little bit, but not a ton. I mean, I think my client would be okay with just doing 1 window though instead of 2. But in terms of the width of the dormers, I mean, maybe I could bring it in a foot.
Okay, so let me think a minute.
What did he say?
What about having this become a dormer and spreading the windows out a little bit and making a farmer's porch with hips on the end, which we see both inside town and out of town?
My client really didn't want to do a farmer's porch. I had a full width farmer's porch initially because I would agree that would look better. But he's anxious to get not have it. He can't imagine ever sitting out there, so he couldn't rationalize it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Luke. I'm not seeing a straightforward 3-window solution without modifying the dormers, and I think people are going to want to see revisions. So Ray, and then maybe we'll get a suggestion.
Well, okay, so here's what I just heard you say, Luke. You said that you are fine going from double windows to singles, right, in the dormers?
I think so.
Yeah, so you're 90% of the way there. And I believe you also said that you could make each one of those dormers a foot narrower than they're shown right now.
That was a suggestion.
Yeah, so that's getting me like pretty darn close to yes.
Now,
I mean, go ahead.
Can we get clarification on that?
Yeah.
Luke, that was a suggestion, or is that something that you were willing to do? I didn't hear that first.
Well, I'm willing to do that.
Okay, yeah, I didn't catch that originally. Okay,
Is it, sorry,
Abby?
why, the A windows are smaller on the first floor, the original to the house. Why do they have to be larger on the second floor? Why
So
can't
they're
they?
egress, I think, right?
Anyway, I would make those somehow smaller
The
as well.
gable window can be the ingress window. Okay, Luke, so can you make them a little bit smaller, both in terms of the size and go to singles and decrease the size of the dormers and we can move this along, or do you want to do revisions?
Let's see. I'll run it. It's gotten too complicated now. I think the bottom windows.
Luke, can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at a drawing and the bottom windows are wider than the windows that you're showing in the dormers. They're wider.
That may be so. I think my recollection.
It is so, unless it's drawn wrong. So I think you could afford to make the window like wider so that it was the same width as the first floor windows and just have single ones up there. They may be a little bit taller, but the reason that you made them taller is so that they can meet the, parting rail thing that we all talk about.
I'd be okay with that.
Well, you and I would be. Whether anyone else would be is another story.
So I think at this point we should,
probably.
There's enough, like there's consensus on what this will look like, Luke, but given it's 88 Vestal Street, we should get a quick revision and then we can
Okay.
our stamp on it.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion for.
I'll make a
revision.
motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you.
Angus, on your motion.
Aye.
Abby, on your
Aye.
motion. Val,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thanks, Luke.
All right. 4 goldenrod.
For goldenrod.
Yeah. I reviewed this for consent. This should go pretty easy if you don't mind me speaking on this real quickly.
Knock yourself out.
Oh, is Linda there? Yeah. Yeah, this one I was going to put on consent with conditions. It's a patio and a fire pit at the end of a dead end, but I thought it should be screened from the street. So I didn't have any concerns other than it seemed exposed to the driveway, even though it's on a dead end. Anyway, then I thought it was worth discussing whether it should be a lower, not the 5-in-1 fence, but perhaps a lower board fence or even privet. That's it.
And I checked with my guys after I talked to Joe, and he said, whatever, they put a fence across it, put screening across it. It's fine at the head of the driveway, about 5 feet behind the driveway. At the patio, works with us, whichever one you want, 5-foot board, 4-foot board.
Okay, Joe, do you want to make a motion? Does anyone mind if Joe makes a motion?
No.
I don't mind.
Is there another fence on the property? Is it a,
There's a 5-in-1 on the back property line, but you don't really want to, it's a lot of fence. You don't want to continue it around the corner. So I figured just a 4-foot natural weather board fence about 5 feet behind the driveway would be.
yeah,
fine.
geez, I hate to take Linda's comment as a motion, but I was going to suggest a 48-inch board fence. So, yeah, I think as long as there's a screening from the street,
Yeah.
Can you go back up to the site plan? There's actually a terminus of a 5-in-1 fence that is along the left side of the lot. That could just return right across. It's on the site plan. It shows as a 5-in-1 and it just stops.
Yeah, I don't care. With a gate,
That's, yeah.
fine. There's
All
already
right,
5-in-1 there.
and Joe, if I can put some salve on your principal, perhaps we can do a vining plant every other section.
Well, you don't really have much space to do it.
Yeah, you cut a little moon.
So there's a
shaped hole in the
gate there
bottom.
and stuff.
You just cut a little hole in the bottom and you put the climbing hydrangea right there. Boom, it grows up. Everybody's happy. You good with that, Joe?
Sure.
Okay. So,
So it's
would
a
you do
5-in-1?
an exhibit A,
Was it a 5-in-1 that we ended up with?
Joe?
That's a 4-foot board fence with
Okay,
a
fine.
solid gate to match the fence
Fine.
with the vining material that Stephen described.
Okay,
And are you
Natural weather?
exhibit
Natural
A,
weather.
natural weather.
Joe?
Yeah, I can do an exhibit A if you want.
I was just writing it up.
I can just go in the
Well,
office
no,
and
we'll
do
do an
it.
exhibit A. It's important to have a visual document.
I can go in the
as well
office
as
and
the
do it.
narrative.
Kath. I'll just fix it
Okay,
in the
so on
office.
Joe's motion, Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and thank you for writing that up. Ray?
I didn't actually.
Oh,
Aye.
I didn't put the gate
don't
thing in.
I'll fix it in the office. Don't worry about it.
Just stamp it exhibit A too. Okay, so we're moving on from Fort Goldenrod to Shore Road,
What did he say about the gate? It's a picket fence?
4 foot. Yeah,
The owner's on to. No, it's not. The owner wants
the owner's
Lauren's
on
here.
Zoom.
She asked him to be
We're
here.
all here.
Okay, well, we're all here too, so this is wonderful, but let's maintain decorum.
Sorry, could we,
Kathy? Who do we have speaking, do you know?
We have Anne, I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Deriso, and Paul Santos is also online too.
Okay, so we have 2 South Shore Road and.
It's actually
Shore Road.
Yes,
Shore-
hi, this is Anne De Rousseau. Sorry, they just unmuted me.
Okay, great. So you're gonna have a 2-minute run-in to get, present your application. It's an addition renovation. And then
Yes.
we'll look at the in-deck pool.
Okay. Maybe if we discuss both applications at the same time, it might be for brevity and efficiency the easiest.
We'll
But-
make your determination when we get there.
Okay. So the first part is I'm saving the house from 92 Washington and moving it on to 2 Shore Road. And we found a way to attach it such that we do not encroach onto the side yard setback. And then in attaching 92 to 2 Shore, we tried to make 92 look like part of 2 Shore Road. In saving this house, we're going to have to cut it down in several places. One of the places is as it faces the harbor, 92 Washington Street. So we're gonna have to cut that part off of the house to get it to fit down the street. And we've got the contractor here who can discuss the specifics of that. And so we're gonna have to recreate the back as it is. So we tried to find a way to make it look most physically appealing as we attach it to Two Shore Road. Separately, there's a pool that we are putting on the property. And we will be putting that within a deck so that it is just flush and meets all the requirements for what Concom requires. You know, it's basically a prefabbed concrete pre-structured pool that comes onto the property and will rest above the ground.
Okay, and let's see here. Joe, you had this. Do you want to comment?
Sure. Well, I appreciate trying to save the structure. I think the first time I looked at it, there weren't drawings that showed how it was going to be attached to the structure. And I question how much of this will be visible, and definitely looks extensive in this elevation, especially the south, although I don't think you ever view it along its length. And I just didn't feel comfortable putting it on consent because of the scale of it and the amount of changes to the existing structure in order to make it work.
Okay. That's
I mean, it's
fair to me.
Yeah, and the lot is inboard. I think there's a pool application associated with this too that's tucked into a deck. Could you scroll down to the other two elevations? Yeah, I mean, these, there's no single story mass in here, but it's an existing structure that's being moved over. Yeah, I think the site plan is telling as well because it is surrounded by other structures, but significant enough that I thought everybody should weigh in.
Yeah, definitely.
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see. Who's ready?
I've got some
Abby?
questions. Just some questions for starters. So let me get this straight. It's moving from like between
Like a half a block.
Francis Street.
92 Washington, then down Washington, across Francis, and then into Two Shore Road. Which Two Shore Road, if there's a lot of people who are not familiar with it in Nantucket, it was created for the purpose of this house, which is interior set. And just so you know, there's a provision for this particular property. It's a commercially zoned property, and it also has a 50% ground cover.
Okay, let me just finish my questions and then you can.
Sorry.
Because well, on the drawing that you've labeled south proposed, like where is that original structure? And then I'd like to see a site plan of I don't see where. I mean, if I'm looking at this correctly, the building takes up the whole lot. Is that what's going on here?
It doesn't take up the whole lot, no. There's still, particularly for a town property, a lot of grassy area. And
yeah, I know I'm not going back and forth. I'm just asking questions right now. The site plan, what is the original, where's the original structure that's taken from Washington Street? I'd like to see that somehow outlined, how much you've saved of that building. And then my question is still, not really even aware of Shore Road, so.
So you
I'm-
want to view it?
Yeah, it looks to me like it's a very much a lot line to lot line.
Yeah.
Well,
Complicated.
we're almost saving everything of 92 Washington except a portion that we have to take off in order to get it to fit down the road.
Thanks, Ann. So we're going to address that with some additional information, but we're going to kind of move on to other people to comment. Angus?
Yes, sorry, muted. Yeah, my concern is the same, a clear designation of what buildings go where in that site plan. But also the main thing that sticks out to me is the proposed addition being forward of the main mass of the house. That should be back as far as it is forward. And the other concern is the raised deck. That doesn't fit with Nantucket in mind, and it's in the OHD. So that should be at grade as opposed to being raised. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. We're going to do a digital file shuffle break for 30 seconds to a minute, and then we'll pick back up where we were. I want to get commissioner comments. We've got sufficient questions that we're going to need additional information. That was a nice toss. Thanks, Abby.
And just so I know,
Ann,
if you
please-
could just let me
please,
know
Ann.
when I may comment, and that's all I'm asking.
Ann, please. Thank you. This is a moment of silence for the digital file exchange. Enjoy it.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what's a digital?
Oh.
That makes you feel pretty good, huh? Otter AI, you can outlast Otter AI at the sit at the table and grind it out versus AI. 4 hours max, can't handle it. Needs to take a break.
Oh, yeah. AI, lightweight.
We got a while before Skynet. Good to go? Okay, so this is how this is gonna roll. We got a lot of input from the applicants, and that's good, but I want to get feedback from the members. Just to be clear, we're going to be looking for additional information, which is going to include the a couple things. One is going to be the footprint of the showing the prior existing structure that is being moved to the lot with a heavy dash line overlaid on what's proposed. And we want a better indication of what is proposed as modifications to the structure. And I think that there's a good amount of bubbling, but not all the elevations are showing bubbling, and some are showing the entire elevation bubbled, which doesn't give us, bear with me a moment. I want to scroll in here. So the east, so Abby, I'm going to correct myself. It's hard to discern, but for instance, HDC 1.2, the east proposed elevation and the east existing are both showing. It's just that the changes are so dramatic that you can't really identify them as the same structure, except for the front porch. And part of that is because one of what we are looking at in the east elevation is as an addition. So I think the other thing we're going to want to look at is a clear representation from the roof plan view of what's prior existing and what's being added on. And that may be, as opposed to bubbling, a color differentiation, a slight differentiation in color of the roof planes and the deck areas. And just to re-summarize, I think the concern Abby had expressed was that this is basically left to right, lot to lot, and to some extent front to back, lot to lot. Okay, Ray.
Okay, a lot to digest. Number one, appreciate the whole reuse, recycle ethos here. Having said that, we have a new roof walk that is A, too large, and B, rendered completely incorrectly with respect to a Nantucket roof walk. The building is obviously getting elevated, so we need to take that into consideration as to, its visual impact, although I do understand that that's of necessity. I think we're looking more or less at two buildings that, with the exception of the roof walk and some additive things, have already been approved, and we're just putting them together. However, putting them together is kind of pushing the lot to its limits. Then how much of this is visible? Good question. It's on this little sort of single street that comes off of Farmer, is that what it's called? Francis. And the first floor deck without any was fine without any skirt boards when it was down on the ground. Now that it's lifted up, and I don't see any that needs to be corrected. Those are just my initial comments. Thanks.
Thanks. Angus? You went.
Oh,
right?
I started.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I had already commented. Thanks.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you'd wrapped up, that's all. Okay. Let's see, Bill, you are not sitting on this? Right. Which brings Connie in. Oh, did he? It seems like this started so long ago that I lost track.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. I think that leaves me, and where I am with this is one, a view. Two, the roof plan needs to be sussed out so that the line weights are equal, and in addition to equal being all visible. Three, differentiate existing from proposed in terms of the structure initially being moved would be existing, even though it's not existing on the lot, it's the existing structure. Or I agree with the comments Commissioner Pohl made about this being the size being potentially a concern based upon visibility. And there was something else. Look through this briefly. No, the roof walk. The pool will have track. Just in terms of the structural design itself, I think I don't think it's appropriate. There is not a true sense of additive massing or transition. The connector, I would think, would need to be substantially less involved with respect to simplification of the roof planes, the fenestration and its height and its width. And also that's, I'm looking at primarily the south, which I believe would be visible from Shore Road. And I think given that's the east is, it's just overwhelming to look at. That I think is probably enough for me for now. Right.
Does this gentleman want to speak?
So I'm the contractor for Ann. My name is Warren. And Paul Santos actually wanted to make a comment. I I think he must be on the Zoom call as well.
Okay, Warren, I'm gonna go with that very briefly, just out of respect for your being here and Paul, but architecturally, we're kind of where we are.
Yep.
Paul, did you want to comment?
Let me just unmute him.
If in the interim, if I may comment,
And, and please hold. Paul? Did you wanna
Yes, thank you. Kathy, could I have you bring up my site plan? Because I think that might answer some questions that many of the commissioners have had. While they're not going to answer any architectural questions, I think they can answer some specific site questions.
Stand by.
Do you want to do this now or when we review it?
I think I can make it very brief, I think, and I think it will be helpful for your next review.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. Okay. So this is my site plan, or the site plan that we prepared for the property. So I'll be as quick as I can. This structure was actually originally approved as a second dwelling for a property that was 2 Francis Street. That property is shown as the dwelling to the north on this existing plan. Shore Road was essentially a driveway that accesses what is now 2 Francis Street and what is known as Shore Road. So Shore Road is not used by anybody other than 2 Francis and the property that you are reviewing tonight. The darker lines that you see on this plan, specific to Abby's question, is the original structure. It's an approximately 1,900 square foot, 2-story dwelling. It's basically outlined in the darker black color. What is moving from 92 is the 2 rectangular boxes, I'm going to say to the south, which is a 28 by 34 foot piece and a 14 by, I believe, 26 foot piece. So those 2 pieces are basically being added, and that's what makes the move from 92. This isn't a flood zone. So the intent here is to not only elevate the move structure, but to bring the existing home, which is non-compliant with the current flood zone standards, into compliance also, thereby raising the elevation of the deck, specific to Angus's question with regard to the elevation of the deck. The elevation of the deck would then be flush with what is the first floor that would be elevated in order to provide compliance with the flood zone standards, and also reviews that we have ongoing with the Coastal Resiliency Committee and the Conservation Commission. So that's essentially gives you some sense of what's happening here. Everything on red on this plan is essentially new. The black structure is the structure that is out there today. To the west of this property, or I'm sorry, to the east, essentially is the Salt Marsh Center parking lot. That's essentially what you have to the east. The property is basically surrounded by a mix of some residential, some commercial, and so forth in this particular Great Harbor Yacht Club, Salt Marsh Center. But there are some condominiums and some single-family homes that also do border this property. So that was it, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Paul, I have a question for you. You seem as good as anyone to answer it. Given the Salt Marsh parking lot is to the north, how much of the proposed north elevation is going to be exposed and visible? I'm not asking for square footages, but left to right, 90%, 80%, 100%?
Well, that entire easterly building facade is right along the common property line with the Salt Marsh Center. And the only thing that exists out there today is the Salt Marsh Center has a privet hedge that basically runs in a north-south direction along the backside of their parking lot.
Okay. And the north elevation, I want to be clear, is the longer elevation of the 2, and that's going to be fully exposed also, correct?
Correct. Yeah, the Salt Marsh Center parking lot, and you're also elevating that particular component, as it exists today. It's exposed as it exists today in that particular area, with regard to that line.
Thanks. Yeah, the additional massing and also the increase in height are potential concerns. So I think a view is important. I think we've got enough testimony to know that we need to have the information we previously referenced. I actually would like to see some height poles. I don't know if anyone else is interested in that on the.
Probably nail it onto the existing building.
Yeah, and then on the far side, they can put up a couple of posts. But if we got height poles at the two extreme ends of the structure, east to west, that would give us representational length along the north is visible from Salt Marsh, and we could take our little drawings with us and view it. That would be helpful. And Paul, thank you for the clarifications. Your site plan goes a long way in what we're looking for replicated, that type of clarity replicated in the roof plan.
Okay, great. And just briefly, Stephen, the existing first floor for that structure, the proposed first floor, it's going to be a 2-foot lift of the existing dwelling, and then you'll match with 92. 92 is a lower profile. I believe the building that's out there now, grade to the peak or the ridge is probably around 28 feet. And at the 92 Washington Street, it's a lower profile over there. But the main building that you're looking at today, you walk out there, that peak is going to be elevated by 2 feet.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm sorry. My apology, 3 feet. We're going from first floor 8 to first floor 11.
Okay.
So that would be 3.
Okay, and that'll be reflected in the height poles.
Sure.
Can somebody make a motion for the additional information we specified, which to summarize is going to be non-additional information, a view. On site, it's going to be height poles at the extreme ends of the north and the south, or the east and the west. The differentiation established in the roof plan, clarifications in the roof plan for the line weights, modifications to the structure, given comments about its size, perhaps, certainly the roof walk, connector piece, and was there anything else?
That's my motion.
Excellent.
May I speak before we do a motion?
No, Ann, we've taken quite a bit of information to determine what it is we're looking at and whether we feel it's appropriate for the character and setting. And I think we've determined that we need some, well, I don't think, but we have determined that we need additional information. We need a view. And there are certain elements that there is consensus that they're quote unquote too much. You're welcome to not revise those yet, but please keep in mind the HTC has a best practice policy that material revisions occur within 3 hearings. Failing that, the board has the authority to vote for a denial, and that denial is in place for materially the same design for a period of 2 years. So what I would suggest is review the tape, kind of hone in on the concerns of the board, and make a determination whether you're going to make revisions or not before you bring it back. And that will determine what type of pressure you're up against for your 3rd hearing. Okay.
Okay, I understand everything you just said. I think the only constraint that we have is that the owner of 92 Washington will be demolishing the property. And what I tried to do is to bring that property onto Shore Road and try to marry the two as best as possible, although I am completely flexible and open and would work with the commission in any suggestions you have in making any changes that you feel are necessary to make this look as best as possible. But I just want to be mindful that this will get demolished if I don't take it. And if I don't, I'm not sure. From what I understand, the next meeting, because of school breaks.
And
Yes.
I got to interrupt you. There is some information in there you need to resolve more accurately. This has not been approved for a demolition.
They gotta move on approval.
Yeah,
last
so
time.
we're kind of going down a path that is not really relevant, and it's certainly not relevant to the discussion tonight. And it's not relevant to the outcome unless the owner of the property on 92 Washington comes in with a modification for a demolition. And of course, then there's noticing requirements that involve significant delays. So I think I
Oh,
would.
thank you. You've answered my question. I understood that he could demolish it. So thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion. We voted.
I don't think
It
we did.
seemed
Not
like
yet.
so long ago. Abby on the motion,
I'm an I.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Vale's not on it, Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an I. Okay, everyone. Thank you, applicant's agent and applicant's agents. We are gonna get a motion to track the pool.
Oh, yeah.
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Now we're on to 22 Basset, window door revisions.
Hello,
Hey, good evening.
good evening again.
Okay, when you're ready, Lisa.
These are revisions to a house that is already built. It was built, I think, about 11 years ago. Originally by Tom Scott, and then there were some other revisions made. I'm not sure when, maybe 4 years ago, and now we're making some other revisions to the house. But the massing isn't changing. The major revisions are changing the windows and the window style. And there had been a roof walk approved on a different elevation, and we're proposing putting another roof walk on as shown on the drawings. There was a roof walk approved on the mass that has the round windows previously, and you'll see on the reduction from the other architect, the note of the bubble roof walk to be removed. And then we are changing it from natural paint to platinum gray.
Okay, thank you. So I had this for review for consent. My only concern was the roof walk. Everything else I thought was approvable. And since the roof walk was kind of a central element, no pun intended, I figured I'd just let it come to the full board for review. And I certainly was going to make a condition that you could do it without the roof walk, because that you deserve an opportunity to come in and discuss the application. So that's the background on that. Does the board will be Abby, Angus, Val, me, and Connie. Does anyone have any questions for Lisa? Okay, who'd like to begin?
I'll go.
Val.
I can start.
I think my only concern was the roof walk, and for me, it's based on any visibility. And maybe if it's natural to weather, it doesn't matter. It won't show up.
That's fine.
Okay. Thanks, Val. Abby?
I think the changes are fine. The roof walk does look a little heavy with that sort of skirt being, straight across there instead of just seeing the legs. But I'm not sure. I don't know. It kind of works in some ways for me. Let's see. All the other changes I'm fine with. Let's hear what other people say.
Okay. Connie?
Same here. I think it does look a little heavy, but maybe natural to weather might make it less, might make it disappear a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. And then Angus?
Yeah, this isn't a typical situation where a roof walk would be appropriate, being barely a story and a half. And the overall size of the roof walk seems out of proportion. And typically it would be straddle the highest gable, which would be the previous location, like above that round window on the gable. So for those reasons, the roof walk doesn't seem appropriate. And there is a lot of fenestration on this house. I would not like to see all that light up with paint that reads as white or light gray. I think if it were to change from a natural to weather trim, it would want to be more of a Quaker Nantucket gray that is more subdued and it wouldn't read as a white. Thank you.
Thank you. I mentioned I had this on consent. My only concern was the roof walk. I think overall, it's a tremendous net. You know, the fenestration changes are beneficial. It makes the design, I think, simpler, more cohesive. And for that reason, I think if there was some way to maybe downsize the roof walk or.
There would be, it would have to come in from the left side, the right side.
I think
As you're
that would
looking
be
at the
more
gable.
appropriate.
That's right. I was trying to center it between the gable and the chimney, but if that's not needed, I mean, I will say the visibility of this seems pretty limited and I have no problem keeping the roof walk natural.
Yeah, so I think if we can downsize that, maybe even, how much do you think we get out of there, a full section?
A whole section?
Let's try.
No, then it'll look just like a little.
Like a half, you think?
No.
A half of a
Look like a
section.
little
It'll look
hat.
like a hat. It'll look like I was gonna say something
Okay,
else.
no hats on Basset Road.
I mean, I wanted to have some.
So a
grays.
quarter, you'll take a quarter off, left to right,
Sure.
from the, as viewed from, what elevation is that?
For the east and west.
East.
East, okay, yep. So, is there, I don't know. I mean, I get Angus's comments too about color. Do you have any, options for something more natural
Again, I
tone?
just feel like that given the location, it's really visible from very far. I don't think it's gonna light up. It's not platinum gray isn't like white. I don't think.
Okay, no, I'm just, trying to put feelers out there so we know people have an idea of when they make a motion. Can we get it seems as if we're ready for a motion.
Sorry, the roof is
Cedar.
wood. Yeah.
It's wood.
I'm not hearing any emotion to the
I can-
contrary.
I could start a motion
Fine.
and you can add to it. I'd reduce the roof walk a couple of feet on either side. I guess that would be 4 feet in total, 2 on either side, making it natural to weather. What were the other negative comments? Besides the roof
It's just
walk?
a question of color or not. It
Oh,
seems like
yeah.
there was, some support for change, but it wasn't dramatic.
I don't mind the color.
So platinum
Platinum.
gray, is that what
Mhm.
you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
better than white?
It is,
So I'll add that to my
and this
motion.
will be an exhibit A.
Sure.
Okay, so Abby's exhibit A motion is to downsize the roof walk by approximately 4 feet on the east to west presentation.
Natural
And,
to
right,
weather. Natural to weather
natural to weather, and that's it,
and the platinum gray.
platinum gray.
That's my motion.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an I. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on to 198 Hummock Pond, new dwelling. Guys, I just fair warning, I'm out of here at 8. I got select board tomorrow night.
I'll take it over.
Well,
if necessary.
And FinCom on Thursday.
I'm cooked. I gotta come up with a.
So
def-
we have to stay till 8:30, but you're leaving at 8.
Well, I have,
Oh, come on.
I have to come up with a defense. Are you gonna do the
Whoever
defense?
wants to leave at 8 can leave. at
Okay,
8.
well,
I don't even know what.
I
the-
gotta spend 5 hours coming up with a defense for the HTC.
Oh, okay, great.
Sarah Alger had a question. Sarah Alger, do you have a question?
I just wonder, are you going to leave before you get to number 22?
Oh, it's the last one. Oh,
I would, it is likely given the time frame involved.
we have some new dwellings.
We've got two new dwellings, a new dwelling, a garage, and then some revisions. Yeah. I don't like to leave early, but we have. Oh, yeah, the rest of the board will be here. Yeah. No, we end at 7 p.m. old business, but new business, we just stick it out.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
The logic, because it's new business is
Yeah.
easier.
Old business, it becomes self-policing.
Gotcha.
Nobody
Okay,
wants to
stop
be
talking.
here.
Sorry.
Thank you, Bill.
With your
Matt,
permission,
you can
Mr. Chair, I'll
continue
begin.
talking, please.
Thank you. Okay, so this is an application for a new dwelling, 198 Hummock Pond Road. The structure, there was a house on the property, or there still is. It's was approved to be demolished. This is a new dwelling. It is set 300 feet from the road. There's a lot of existing vegetation between Hummock Pond Road and this structure. And so we've always kind of taken the position that the visibility is going to be like 0 to minimal, or actually really, I don't think you're going to see it from the road at all because it's set back so far and there's so much existing vegetation. And that's one of the reasons we've located it where we've located it, so that it has a real sense of privacy. We've also got a serpentine driveway. So again, you're not going to get a clear shot straight toward the front of the house. So with that, I'll just run through the elevations. I'll just go right to the perspectives because I think those kind of sum it up. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to look at the drawings themselves, but we've got two gables facing forward. The garage is under a separate application, but it is connected with a breezeway of sorts. The idea is that we could, you could pull your car underneath there so you get some protection from the elements. It is, again, under a separate application, but we did show it as part of this HTC submission. Color scheme is white. Windows are 2/2. I feel like the drawings are fairly self-explanatory. We did get a couple of letters from abutters. I think the owner has spoken to one of the abutters, and obviously Jason reached out. He actually reached out to me on Thursday. Unfortunately, I missed his email, but we had a chance to talk just before the meeting, and he's going to express some concerns. But I would just point out that the structure is intentionally located really far from the road, so you don't see it. And so with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right. Do we have any questions before we take comments? We'll take Jason's comment, but I want to see if we have any questions first.
No.
No? Okay. Jason?
My name is Jason Olbreeze. I live at 200 Hummock Pond Road, direct butter to 198 Hummock Pond Road. I think the house and design that's been presented is a nice design. The garage, I don't feel the current configuration doesn't really align with some of the principles of building in Nantucket in mind, particularly when compared to the pastoral and rural character of our neighborhood. The proposed structure is visible would be visible from the road. It's currently configured with a straight run driveway. You can see the current house, which is, I believe, will be sited very close to that. My neighbor at 196 Hummock Pond Road said in a conversation with the owner that he wasn't planning on changing the driveway. So not sure what the plan is for the driveway yet, but it would be visible as it currently sits on the lot with the current driveway. So I just feel like the design appears overly a little too formal for our neighborhood. There's a lot of agricultural, rural setting there, or casual feeling. I just feel that the mass seems full 2 stories seems quite large, and it's going to be more dominant on the landscape rather than subordinate to the landscape. The portico seems like a nice idea. It makes the whole mass read as one structure, and you can see on the site plan that it kind of goes all the way across the property. I think the ridge height's at 28.6 on the plan, which is quite high, and the cupola on top of that push it over 30 feet. And while the cupola is a nice pastoral kind of agricultural element, it doesn't look appropriate on this more formalized kind of twin gable facing floor structure. I like the rafter tails. That seems more casual and such, but they're not carried out throughout the design. Given the surrounding structure in this portion of Hummock Pond Road, I just feel something with a story and a half would be more appropriate, lowering the primary mass, but also then the ridge line kind of reads all the way across, since it's not dropped that significantly, the cross ridge. So I just feel, and additionally, I think white trim in this area seems a little kind of stark. I know there is some white trim in our area, but there's a lot smaller houses. So this would just read very loud to me. And so I just think, would like to thank you for your careful review of this project and how the design may better relate to our neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Okay. With that input, the board is Abby, Angus, Ray, Val, and myself. And who would like to begin?
Oh,
I'll tell you what. Val, why don't you start on the dwelling, and Ray, you can do the garage.
Well, I went out there today, and while you can't see it from the driveway, you can see the existing house when you're driving out Hummock Pond Road between, the house that's kind of square. It may have been a barn at one point.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's wide open right there, and you can see that house. So if this is roughly in the same area, you're definitely going to see it. So I would agree with some more subdued, perhaps color choices. And I definitely agree. I would maybe try to disconnect the garage and move it a little so that it doesn't read as one big mass across that open field, which is Hummock Pond Association property behind all of this. The Ahabs and all that stuff. It's one big ginormous lot, and there are trails in there. So I think anything to sort of minimize. I do agree from the driveway, it's a lot more mitigated, but that really occurred to me that I could see that. So I do have concern about color and maybe making it a little more downsized.
Thank you. Ray?
I agree on the color, and I'm a little conflicted because white is an approvable color. However, this is standing out in the landscape. When I drive down closer to Cisco Beach, of course, you look over into a sea of white houses. So it's a little bit disingenuous to say, well, this should not be white. However, having said that, I think it's tall and, formal. I think it's well designed. But I think one possible remedy, the two flanking gables are actually taller than the middle gable. And I think if they came down to the same height as, or perhaps lower than, those gables would feel less vertical, which right now, to me, they feel very vertical. It would also help with the height problem and, essentially bring everything down more, which is always good. And like I'm sure a number of members will voice, the cupola, I just feel to be like sort of a bridge too far on this structure. It's unnecessary. And while we're on it, I think the garage second dwelling, if that were able to come down in height such that it's more subordinate to the main dwelling, that would be, for me, a plus. That's it. I'll speak for Stephen. Who's next?
I can go.
Abby.
I agree with both of what Val and Ray just said. Just to reiterate, reduce the height, especially the gables. I agree that the garage and the breezeway lengthens the building, you know, if you could either, I don't know, just sort of reduce that or push the garage back or forward, just to take away that full expanse. I think the white is not appropriate. I think, yeah, this is still a bit rural here, so let's not zhuzh it up too much. Keep some of
Zhuzh it.
that.
How do you
Zhuzh
spell
it.
that? Zhuzh.
Zhuzh.
Begins
It's
with a
just
J, it's a
G,
soft J.
All right.
Zhuzh.
And let's see, Val, Val went, Ray went, Abby went, Angus?
Yes, agree. There isn't really much of a additive massing feeling here, especially with the height of the garage, which or that appendage. So that would want to push back and or come down significantly 6 feet or so that it really reads subordinately, but also the main structure. It's just there's so much high volume that's the same height, so it needs to be stepping down. And the colors, yeah, white is happens everywhere, but the guidelines really are clear about the rural settings having more muted tones and natural colors. And so the larger it is, the more we need to pay attention to having it fit into the landscape with more natural muted colors. And I agree about the cupola that it just is out of place on a house like this. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. I think that leaves me, I think squatter. I think, I agree with all the comments, more muted colors, white. For a long time it was ABW, anything but white. I just was too much. I think Cisco is unfortunately, the white and Cisco on some of the 80s and 90s architecture for certain. And without question, the half moon windows are light. A white light, if you will, color wise, paint wise. And but there's not to say that they're all bad. And I just think that this this connector between the garage should go. And comments I'm making about the second floor, basically what I'm trying to say is squattier is that I think the second floor is too tall, and that translates over to the garage. A lower, more compact presentation, I think, would be beneficial along with muted colors. Anyone got anything else? Matt, you need any clarification?
Just if I would just invite everyone to go out there to view it, because I think it would be really telling, because like in my mind, it's just something that's really not going to be visible. And just going back to the driveway, on the site plan, it does show it as being serpentine. I think what Jason was referring to is that the curb cut is going to generally stay in the same location, but the driveway itself is intended to undulate so that there is complete privacy in this rear section.
Would you like to put up some height poles?
With flags. Is it around where the house is now? The house that's there?
Yeah, generally, I think it's pretty close. I think it's actually a little bit further back, but
Okay.
somewhere in the same general vicinity.
Yeah.
So, but
If you
we'll
think-
come. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Mr.
No,
Chair.
if you think, you made a point, I think it's a relevant point. We just need to maybe see it that way.
Sure. And finally, also that the height is actually 28 feet. It's not 30. The two gable forwards actually allow us to have a narrower footprint, so that even technically those two gable forwards are, 2-story. Because they're narrower, the overall roof pitch still is 28 as opposed to a full 30. And we'll be able to go to the, abutting properties, and we can kind of give you those heights. And Jason's property, the house is right on the road. And so we'll be able to give you some, I think, good context for where this is and how visible it is. And final thing is it's got cottage corners, and so the trim is minimal. So
That's
anyways,
a
yeah.
good touch.
Okay, so you're gonna do revisions.
Yes.
Are we gonna get height poles or no?
Yes, I can do it. Yeah.
Okay.
I
And you'll
was gonna
let
say, I didn't
staff
think we
know?
needed it because you can see the house that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the-
but I'd kind of like to see, are we gonna be able, I guess the question for me, thanks, Phil. I think the question for me is with the house that's there, are the height poles going to,
they actually might conflict with it,
Make
actually.
any-
So I think
yeah.
the existing house will be a good height pole, if you will,
okay.
if that's okay with you.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
no, that's
more
fine.
about the
Cause it's
visibility.
about the same height, right?
I think that house is actually taller.
Right, it's just
It's
more
pretty
of a
tall. It's right at
box.
30
Okay.
feet.
So we'll do a view.
Yeah.
You've got input from
Yeah.
us, color massing, and we'll reconvene.
Great. Do you want to?
So get a hold of motion for a view and revisions
So moved.
on your motion, Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Hi.
Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Hi.
and I'm an I. Matt, do you want feedback on the garage or do you
I
want to
think actually, I think
take that?
your comments, I got enough
wrote
comments on that. in the
Yeah, I
interest
kind
of
of did
time.
too. Okay, so we'll have the garage come back with it. And that brings us to 4 North Water Street and 19 North Water Street. I'm actually stepping out. I had these on consent for review. And I actually didn't have a concern with them, given the location of the outboard chimneys, but I know how much we enjoy talking about outboard chimneys that I wanted you all to have an opportunity to discuss them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Chair.
thanks, Stephen. Rest up. Okay,
So-
Matt, so we're gonna go to 4 North Water. Let's do everyone at the table and then Angus on,
Did we lose Joe?
I think he's still there.
I'm here.
With your
Hi,
permission,
Joe.
Mr. Chair, I'll dive into it. Oh, okay, thank you. So this is an application for 2 revisions. One is a chimney. We're laying out the interior of this rear section. As you recall, this is an existing structure, and so we're looking to add a fireplace. And so we've got a chimney chase, which is shown. It's towards the rear of the property. Visibility, there probably will be, I don't know if there will be visibility, only because the landscape plan that was recently approved, there's probably about a 4 to 6 foot tall privet hedge that sits on top of that elevated existing retaining wall. So I don't think the visibility is going to be big on this. The other change is on the rear or the west elevation. We're proposing to add some fenestration. If you look at the previously approved on the upper right, as a point of comparison, we're essentially adding 2 windows, really. The existing window that's in the gable is an undivided light. And then there's a 3/3, and there's an existing door and transom combination that is just not of very high quality. And so we want to replace that with what we're proposing here. In an interest of getting more natural daylight into these this back section, it is pretty limited with light, and there is an existing skylight that is there now, which is shown in the north elevation. So we want to get rid of the skylight because we don't love skylights. Nobody does. And but by removing that skylight, we're trying to compensate with some additional fenestration. We understand that the combination of this fenestration is somewhat unique, but the existing combination is also unique. And so we're trying to play off that and some of the existing roof pitches. So short way of saying that while it's not traditional and lined up and even and perfect, that's kind of what we're after. And we're also working off some of the existing language. So with that, look forward to comments from the board.
Thank
Mr. Chair.
you.
Thank you.
Matthew. So once again, everyone at the table plus Angus on Zoom. Who wants to begin?
I can start.
Okay, Angus, go ahead.
The elevation that's up right now, showing the back gable, I don't think any of that's really going to be visible. I'm okay with that. The chimney, on the other hand, is overwhelming. I mean, a lot of these chimneys were 16 inches square, maybe 18 inches. really for for a stove pipe or later on for early heating. But this is overwhelming to this little barely one story section of the building. It's larger than the main mast chimney, and especially since it's gas, like it only needs to be as big as the pipe. If that is reduced significantly so that it's no more than 16 by 16 or 18 by 18, um, I I would be okay with this application. Thank you.
I think I know what you're going to say.
We can do that.
Hang on. Okay, who's next?
Do you know what
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna say?
Thank you, Angus.
I'll
I
go.
don't know what you're going to say. but know what
I
Matt
didn't
will
have
say.
any concerns except for downsizing the chimney slightly. That's it.
Okay, good. Abby?
I was gonna ask for a skinnier chimney with a owl on top.
Okay, Connie? Connie?
I'm on board with downsizing the chimney also.
So what Matt wants to tell everyone is that he needs a housing this size to get the clearances and all that garbage for these gas things. And it's really all about the end point. We've seen these mushroom things. There was a guy who came in and it was an as-built condition. I think it was like off of Pine Street, if my memory serves me. And, had this big kind of stainless steel thing. Matt, I'm guessing, made it as large as he did to could hold all that.
That was the intent, but I think I could do a similar detail to what the existing chimney is, because you'll see that there's a gap. I'm going to zoom in on it, on that existing chimney cap.
Exactly
I
right.
could do the
Yes.
same, emulate
Yes.
that same. So the diameter, I think I can drop, if you're okay with that similar cap, which I like, and I think you're right, narrowing it is better. I could do that.
Yeah, I think you do that and you're there. And I was also going to suggest, because the current brick chimney is so poetic.
Yeah.
And it just it's like, how do you top that? You don't. But maybe this becomes like parged or something. So it just kind of like disappears and, doesn't have a real presence. That's just a parting thought. But so we'll look for some revisions on this, folks. Is that right?
Or can we do it through
I'd love to see how he's gonna, actually handle it.
Yeah, we can do that.
You can see it from the street.
Yeah, you'll see. Well, let's assume you can. There will be landscape.
Just a suggestion.
Yes, Angus, go.
I've had situations that were really sensitive, as far as scale. And so instead of having that whole mushroom splitter thing and then try to conceal it, is to actually just separate the intake and the exhaust in such a way that that you send the exhaust out the back and have the intake from some other place. But there is a way to do it so that you don't have to have that whole contraption and then try to hide the contraption. Anyway, just a thought.
Okay. Thanks, Angus. How about a motion for revisions from
So
someone?
moved.
Okay, Abby's made the motion. On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val? Connie?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, there's that.
Thank you.
Matt, and you got 19 North Water.
Sure. So with your permission.
Another chimney. Hey.
Yeah, with your permission, I'll jump right into it.
Yeah, please.
So this is.
Actually, I'm going to switch the board up a bit. Joe, I haven't heard from Joe in a little while, so kind of miss him.
Okay, so this is
I know, he's such a nice guy.
8 White Elephant
He's a
Way,
nice guy.
formerly known as Lot 8. You can see where it sits in this. It's the fourth house in from the primary road there. And so what this is just basically in a chimney. They want to add a chimney, and it's pretty self-explanatory. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, who would care to begin?
This is on the back of the house.
I
too,
don't
so-
have any concerns. I know it's an exterior chimney, but there are plenty of them.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Angus.
Matt, if you've been down to our meetings, you know that we have issues with exterior chimneys. And so I think that's an issue. So if they want a chimney, I would bring it in board. I don't think, can you extend the gable at all to absorb it so you don't lose room space? Or is it already like constructed and you're just adding this on?
I respond through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
So yeah, it is constructed. It's also modular. So it's a little tricky in terms of the framing. And the other thing I want to point out is that it's a one-story element. It's on the back of the house. All of these properties don't have any curb cuts on any of the public ways. It's basically a driveway in the back of the structure that's really only visible if you're back there. So totally understand what you're saying, Angus. Also, the space is kind of a premium. So projecting this inside the building reduces square footage. So that's why it is.
Thank you for that. I think maybe a view makes sense if you could somehow mark it out in a iridescent orange or something so that we can see if it is at all visible from anywhere. I'm thinking about C Street, but yeah, I don't know where. It would be great to have something out so you could actually see it. I guess we could just look for the gable.
Yeah. And one final thing that if you look at it from C Street, currently we'll see it, but there are 3 additional lots that are planned. They're going to be built out within probably the next 18 months. So, but certainly go by, visit, and
Okay.
let me know what you think.
Well, let's see what our other members have to say. Val spoken, Angus has spoken. We got Abby and Joe.
So my only gripe, I guess, is that it doesn't have any elegance. Like the one on the other side of the building is thinner, and this one's kind of chunky.
We can thin it up to
Yeah,
match that existing one that's approved. That's helpful. And maybe lower the shoulders.
Something about it's too chunky.
Interesting. I happen to agree. Yeah. Thanks, Abby. Joseph.
Sure. Do you mind scooching back up to the site plan again? I just want to make sure I understand this. It's building 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the hand was. So, which doesn't show the footprint of the fireplace on it. So the fireplace is going to essentially abut the parking area, right?
Correct.
Unless the parking area gets adjusted back somehow. Well, that's where we want it, Matt. It's
It's on the fly.
no, I just wanted to see, like, if it was on. Well, first of all, I don't have a predisposition towards not wanting a chimney to be on the outside of the building, especially if it's aligned with the geometry of the building in a way that you'd expect it to happen, which I think this does. So off the single story gable end, I think is fine. I agree with the comments about the scale of it, and lowering the shoulders, I think would be helpful. It's interesting because all the other structures that are on that site plan, the rear L and the parking aren't on top of each other. They're shifted from each other. So there's ways to screen it on 9, 10, 11, but on number 8, because of where the parking is, there's definitely some tension there. And maybe one of the parking spaces comes back or something. I don't know, but I would, like, you can't even put a trellis on it and with landscape or anything. So that to me is tricky, just to see a site plan that shows the footprint of it and how that's going to work with the landscape. Architecturally on the building, I think if it just got reduced slightly and the shoulders dropped, I'd be fine with it. But you don't really have any opportunities to soften it up. That's all, which might be okay once the scale comes down a little bit. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Joe, thank you. Wow, I was just gonna say that it looks like a bottle of Grey Goose vodka, and I'd love to see the shoulders come down.
Yeah.
I like, well, I like Grey Goose, but I don't want to see it on the back of this house.
Subliminal-
So
subliminal
if the
messaging.
shoulders came down and listen, I think that Joe had a really good point about the parking. You know, this like, they're staggered for all the other units, and then this one, you know, it's going to be like smack right next, and there's no way that you can kind of vegetate it or anything. So I think if you could just bat those ideas around a little bit, you
Sure.
know. Okay. So how about we hold this one for some,
Look so good.
Thank you.
yeah,
Appreciate
they
that.
do.
He's a star.
Thank you, Val. Could you have a motion to hold for some revisions, see what happens?
Motion to hold for some revisions.
Okay, that was Val's motion. Val, on your motion.
I,
Okay, Abby,
Sorry.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you
Okay,
all.
Matt,
Thank you for your time
that's
tonight.
that. And hey, you're finished. with
He's
us,
done.
Aren't you? Okay, great. I mean, no, we like
but
having you
Sarah
around. but-
left, right?
No, she's up.
Yeah,
online.
so-
She's online.
Oh, she
Yeah,
is
she
online.
You just
Okay, I was
can't
like,
see
what's
her
going
listed
on
up
here?
there.
Okay, so now we're to this famous sports court at 58 Nobodere. Linda, that's why you're here. Now,
Who's left?
Kathy, you'll
Yes.
just need to tell me who's online.
There isn't,
And,
there isn't a butter
yeah,
here as
okay,
well.
in the,
No,
not in the room.
online.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're gonna be back to Connie on this one.
So who have I got here?
So you have regular board ex Steven
Right,
plus
Paul,
Connie.
Connie, Val, Abby. Okay,
Okay, go for it.
let me get my notes. I have so many. I
Well,
have
you're
to
looking for a
transfer.
sports court.
Hold
I don't know
on.
how we lived without pools or sports courts. Good
It is
God.
not a pickleball court, okay?
Okay, well,
It's not big enough. It's not
We- we
designed for
can't-
one.
we
If
can't
you go
make
to the
that-
Picture of it, you can
Okay,
see that it's not a
Linda.
pickleball
I
court.
know, nobody.
Linda, let's
Oh, yes,
not,
they
let's
are.
not worry about pickleball.
Yes,
No
they
one
are.
mentioned it except you.
Um, It's that new material. If you go back to the sort of the end pictures there, you'll see what it is. We just used it out at the Murray camp. It's the rubberized tiles that fit together,
Yep.
which eliminates the noise of a hard pack. So we did that on purpose. We have over an acre of land there. And it's going in the very back. It's going to be a subdued color. It's that gray color. There's a color chart below that one or above it. And the blue for the shuffleboard and where the, the key is for the basketball. So there's going to be a lot of screening. You can see that in the picture. We're going to augment the screening between us and the neighbor to the north. But as I said, we specifically did not go with a hard pack, so it would make a lot of noise. There's a lot of natural vegetation still there between the two. It is not paddleboard. It's also a paddle, whatever it is.
It's also what?
It's also sunk into the ground 3 feet.
3 feet.
Yeah.
Okay,
So the 8-foot fence, which is, there's fence on the property that looks like it already, if you keep going in the pictures. It's an 8-foot fence, so it's only 5 feet above grade. So you can not see most of it, and you won't be able to see any of it from the terminus of Irving Street, right at that garage. Because we're gonna fill that area back in again. We needed to open the area right behind the garage in order to be able to get access to the rear of the property, because the front of the property, you can't get through it with between the pool, the house, and the garage. So that will be filled back in. Pretty much that's all we have to say. There's
Okay.
no lights involved.
what?
No
No lights.
No. And
Okay.
so it's gonna be pretty subdued in general. You can see the screening that we're putting around it on the picture right above you. The garage is the planting area is the place to the right on the picture above you. The pool house is on the left and the garage is on the right. So I understand the neighbor has some concerns. I've got their letter. Most of it is not within your jurisdiction at all.
Okay.
They're talking about restrictions as to what it is. It is not, again, not anything with a racket. And they complain about kids playing in the backyard. We've heard that with the STR argument. Kids have a right to play in their backyard.
Hey, Linda, let's, it's 20 after
I
8.
just wanted to make sure that you guys understood that we deliberately picked a surface.
Okay.
It's going to be very quiet. It's going to be screened to death. out of it.
Well, and as you well know, noise is not the purview of this
Right, but I
board.
know they're concerned about it. and I
Linda?
can understand that.
Let's see how this all goes. Okay, so have you concluded?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about the fencing and you say, well, the existing fencing, so I'm looking at basically wire fencing. I'm looking at in the picture, your
Yeah, it's the
precedent
garden.
is like wire fencing strung between 4x4 or 6x6 posts. Is that,
4x4.
is that what we're,
Yeah,
that same thing?
yeah.
Okay,
Like 3
natural
feet
to weather.
underground, most of it.
Okay, just so that everybody has a complete picture. Okay, thank you, Linda. Let's see. I will begin with the neighbor. Would that be okay?
That's fine, but Sarah has her hand up.
Okay, let's
first.
do Sarah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sarah?
Sarah, you're, I think, on. Are you muted?
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute her.
Oh,
She hung in here as long as she could.
Sarah, I'm asking you to unmute. Sarah?
I'll take whoever goes vocal first.
I think I've unmuted.
Yes, you have.
Okay. So thank you. I'm sorry that I couldn't stay. I couldn't do it.
We could.
Nor can we.
I tried and tried. I have to say, I feel like this application is insufficient. It's really hard to tell what's being approved here. Like, I couldn't figure out the fencing. I couldn't figure out the grading. It looked like the application said 300 feet below grade. It actually didn't say feet. It said 300 below grade, but maybe that's supposed to be
3
feet.
Yeah.
There's no grading plan, I don't think. It's not clear to me about the lighting. I couldn't
No
figure out
lighting.
the fencing. The color seems intrusive and it will be visible. Do you ever think about what this stuff looks like when people are flying over? Because this is near the airport and people are going to be flying over. There's going to be this big blue thing down there.
It's not. blue,
Well,
it's
so
gray.
far that has not, Sarah, that's actually come up in conversation with the board members. And we have elected not to go there for reasons that I hope are obvious.
And it's gray.
Linda, please. Okay, anything else, Sarah?
Well, I didn't think the screening was terribly clear. I didn't think the fencing was clear. I didn't think the lack of lighting was clear. I didn't think the topography and grading was clear.
Okay.
And it just seems big and kind of unclear for such a significant application that's going to have an impact on this neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you.
That's
Sarah.
it.
Okay. Now do we have the neighbor?
We do, but she hasn't raised her hand. I'm asking her to unmute. She had her hand
Well,
raised.
she might not
earlier.
know the hand raise thing. I
Oh,
certainly do.
actually.
I'm
she's-
here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we are.
Hi. So
Sorry, we just need your name for the record.
yes,
Sorry.
absolutely. Thank you. My name is Madeline Kenyon and I'm at 11 Irving, which
you.
is an abutter to 58 Nova Deer.
Yep.
And I hear what everyone is saying, but what I think seems a little bit crazy is that this sport court is not just a small backyard improvement. It is 3,600 square feet. And it's actually a major recreation facility being placed right in our backyard and front yards. And And if you can visualize that, that is 75% of a full-size NBA court. And it's even bigger than than 58 Nobadir itself. And this is a small neighborhood, and I do not think that it belongs here. And put all the sound aside, which obviously you guys can't talk about, but it's not just the noise, it's also the aesthetic. And I just think that matters too. The visual impact will matter. And I do think, you know, the process has been concerning. This was completely cleared back in September, before anything was submitted or approved or anything. And I just think that sort of shows a level of audacity and disregard for this process. We just wish you guys would really think about what precedent this sets for a neighborhood such as ours that is so small. We don't have like acres and acres of property between us. Our neighborhood is very close. And I think that, you know, this really would make a lasting impact on our little neighborhood. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Well, let's see how it goes. Okay, so I'm going to reiterate the board. The four of us at this table plus our regular member Angus. All right, who would like to begin?
If I have to keep going, is there an alternate still up there?
I've got a question.
Is Joe still
Hey,
here?
Angus, hang on just 1 second. Is Joe still with us?
Yeah, no, he's not actually.
Yeah, so there
there's
are
no
no
alternates.
alternates.
What about Connie?
No, she's on. She's on the board. Yeah. Okay, so let's begin. Angus, I think you were ready to begin, right?
Well, I had a question.
Oh,
On the
okay.
on the COA, it's the length or the size of the structure, length and width are 60. But then further down in the application, it mentions 70 by 70. And then on the site plan, it shows 60 by 58. So they're like three different versions of this, and I'm just looking for some clarification.
It's
Good
60
point.
by
Thanks.
58.
Sorry,
It's 60 by 58, give or take.
60 by
Foot.
58, okay.
These are tiles
Well,
that are pre-manufactured. There's
What-
that little piece up at the top, if you look at the court itself, for the shuffleboard court, there's a little L up there, so that's where we got the other 60.
Okay, all right. So Angus, you've asked a question. Who would like to begin opining?
I can opine.
Okay, Abby.
Yeah, I think given this neighborhood that this is inappropriate for this site. I feel that there's just not enough room for this sports court of this size. And yeah, I just don't think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Who's next?
I have a question.
Val.
I'm trying to, I have to keep flipping the pages around, but it looks to me, I'm not sure, because none of the pictures show to me exactly the same spot, so I'm kind of trying to figure out where it's gonna be.
You
with
want to
re-
go to the pictures up there on the screen?
Hang on, hang on.
It looks wide open to me.
At the moment.
And that's concerning. So for me, what we have purview over is what it looks like. Definitely gray, preferably no blue. 60 by 60 does seem ginormous and unnecessary. And I appreciate the 3-foot drop, but from what I can see from these photos, and I know it's winter, but there isn't enough vegetation here to mitigate this complex.
From which direction?
From, because I can't tell on any of these pictures exactly where it is, so.
Do you have the site plan up there somewhere? There is a survey in there, Val, for you. I think it's from
see the
Bracken.
survey, Linda, but
we're-
I'm
we're
looking
aware.
at pictures and
Val,
relying
continue.
on you saying there's natural vegetation and it's gonna stay.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to me. It doesn't seem enough to screen this fence, 8-foot fence and, can't tell. There, there's a wide open space and then there's a post. Is the post supposed to be where it is?
That's the garden. It's beyond it. It's like
No,
100
it's
feet
not the
beyond that.
garden. It's
You mean the little?
That's
pink
not
dot?
it right there.
this post. What is the post?
It's 4x4 like that right there.
No,
Linda,
that's not what she's,
that's not what I'm
that's not what
asking.
she's asking.
There's this big wide open expanse and there's a couple of posts. Is that the general area?
Yeah, I-
That's a big wide open space.
No,
Those,
no.
So what is that?
They were just measuring stuff to see how far in it could
Yeah,
go.
I
Okay.
just think it needs to be downsized and I would want to put the caveat screened at time of inspection and thereafter.
Absolutely.
Because the scraggly stuff that's there, I really don't believe is gonna cover it, maybe in the summer for a few moments, but there is another thing to keep in mind. This street has a walking trail for the public that walks right past this property. Just saying.
Yeah, on the east side of the garage.
So I think it needs to be downsized.
Okay. Val, you all set?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Let's see.
Me?
We have Abby and Connie.
Oh, Abby.
Connie, you ready?
Yes, Abby, did you go? Oh, Abby. I agree. I think it's too large, and given that our purview is character and setting, I don't think it's appropriate for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Did you go out? Thank you,
yes, I
Connie.
went first.
Mhm.
Inappropriate.
Did everybody had a chance
Angus.
except me? Yeah,
Angus.
Angus went.
Angus had some questions, but.
Oh, yeah,
I had questions, but I haven't commented yet.
yeah, go for it.
So, yeah, my concern is the amount of buffer in relation to the the size of the proposed court, and I don't feel like there is enough buffer to conceal it in an appropriate way.
From where? No, this is what I'm trying to find out. From where? Concealing from a neighbor or from the street?
All the way
It looks
around.
like from Irving. I mean, we're not, our purview doesn't have to do with the adjacent neighbor, but along the way from Irving and cutting through. And so that would be my concern. But also, I think having clear plans would be helpful with the landscape plan of what's happening where. And also on the application, there should be some sort of resolve. I don't know what that 70 by 70 is referring to.
Where did you see that?
It's on the
It's-
application.
Yeah.
On the actual COA?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, it's
On the
it's
front
60 by
page.
58.
That's all. Thanks.
And thank you, Angus. And just by the way, Sarah is correct. It says, oh no, Sarah, if you're still with us, that says 3FT below grade, not 300.
Yeah.
100 would be okay.
300 feet. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. It's after 8:30 and Stephen would crucify me if he knew we were going overtime. But so there are obvious concerns about the visibility of this, obvious concerns about the what we'll call inconsistency in the application, the size. So the documentation, to my mind, should all be consistent. It looks fairly flat, but I'm seeing from the photographs that there are these dips, knowing exactly where it's going, where the retainage is. And I think the key thing on everyone's mind right now is visibility. So what the intentions are with respect to screening from any public way, including Val's very good point about the walking trail that's right there. So do we want to hold this for correct information and some revisions? How does that
And,
sound?
and maybe some more information on the vegetation, because I don't think what's proposed is going to screen the fence at all. It's all sort of short-lived bushes.
Oh, there's
Sure.
screening around the fence on the plan.
Yeah, okay.
Motion to hold for
Can you all take a
revisions
viewing
and
as
more
well?
information.
Yeah,
Do you want to
You
view?
Be careful driving down there, especially when this is melting now. You may need four-wheel drive.
Do you want to view?
Okay,
Yeah,
for those of
why
you who
not?
would like to view, feel free. Can I have a motion?
That's my motion, to hold for revisions, more information, corrected application and a view for those who wish to go.
That sounds great. Okay, Abby, on your motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie, Angus,
Hi.
and I'm in favor. Thank you,
Linda,
everyone. Okay.
aye.
Oh, yeah.
Linda, aye.
And just to clarify, when you
Yes.
say it's inappropriate for character and setting, are you talking about the use?
No.
Because
You will
we've been there
notice that
before.
we had a really good board tonight because no one mentioned the noise. No one mentioned,
Or they can't mention use either.
we did not. And I think
Yes,
the
they
only
did.
person that,
A big giant fence, not screened with a court in the middle of it is definitely
that's character and
setting.
setting. Okay, all right, we're all in agreement. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Now, listen.
Motion to remove ourselves.
We don't have any minutes, so, right?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, there's the motion. On that motion, Connie, Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Hi.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for staying overtime. We got
Good night,
through
you
it.
guys.
Bye. Thank you.
What did I say? Yowza. Yowza.